Yeah, Anubia, you can start.
Okay. Distinguished delegates, participants, and our valuable guest speakers. Good afternoon and welcome to all of you. I'm thoroughly pleased to witness you all here in this GST conclave. It is my privilege to address you all on behalf of ACAE Chartered Accountant CPE Study Circle of EIRC of ICAI. I welcome all the participants in the GST conclave. We are truly delighted with your presence. I take this privilege to welcome our guest speakers and request you all to come together and welcome our most valuable guest speakers, Advocate Abhishek A Rastogi, who will be speaking on the topic Recent Judgment Redefining GST. Welcome, sir.
Thank you.
Thereafter, next speaker will be Shri V. Raghuraman, Senior Advocate, Supreme Court of India, and he will be deliberating on the topic latest issue in GST. And thereafter, we have a panel discussion, and the panelist moderator will be our current speaker, Advocate Abhishek Rastogi ji, and the other panelist will be Shri Khalid Aziz Anwar, IAS, Commissioner of West Bengal GST, Shri Mohan, Krishna, Senior Vice President and Head Indirect Tax, Lupin Limited, CA Pramod Gupta, former CFO and Head of Supply Chain, IT, Arvind Fashion Limited, and Shri Sanjib Kothari, Chairman MSME Committee, Merchant Chamber of Commerce and Industry. We welcome all these speakers also, and we have gathered here today to attend this GST conclave. This conclave intends to resolve the practical hurdles faced by us in implementation of GST. I hope everyone is well aware of the theme, 5 years of GST hits and misses. The first GST started on 1st July 2017, and all-time high collection, I think, in my memory, is in the month of April 2022, that is 1.68 crores. We had a great time having you all. Looking forward to many more such Vishyam, engaging more people and on a greater level. Our chairman, Indirect GST conclave, CA Pulok Sahaji, will be explaining about the theme of the conclave. And to conclude, I wish you all great success and a very warm welcome to each and every one of you. If you have any questions, suggestion, or clarification, you may type in the chat box. Over to CA Vivek Agarwal, please.
Thank you, Anup Kumar Bankaji, present convener of ACAE CA Study Circle. I am Vivek Agarwal, past convener of ACAE CA Study Circle and the member of ACAE CA Study Circle. First of all, I welcome all of you who have joined this session virtually. GST is ever evolving and still it requires to reach to the saturation. But when we are talking about GST, we all know that how GST, whether it's a hit or miss, hits and misses in past 5 years from the recent judgment on ocean freights and etc., which is there. But I would also request our members that we start the session with the motto song of the ICAI. So I'll just play the motto song first.
Yaesha supteshu jagrati Yaesha supteshu jagrati Kamam 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 Purusho nirmimanaha Tadeva shukrada brahma Tadeva amritamuchyate Tasmin lokaha यतदूनात् सर्वे कश्चनात्यपि कश्चन एतद्द्वैता 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 एतद्द्वैता.
Thank you, everyone. Friends, we have Pulakda who will be explaining the theme of the conclave, and he has really worked hard along with Tarunji to make this GST conclave possible. And we have Advocate Abhishek ji who will be starting the program, and he has also worked very hard to get connect with various other speakers who will be part of this GST conclave. We would like to inform ACAE CA Study Circle regularly organizes various programs, VCMs, group discussions, and we are always welcome to receive the suggestions from our members on what topic they require group discussions or VCM. We have recently done thread by thread discussion on Caro and Schedule 3, etc. So without further ado, I give over the center stage to our very own chairman and past president of ACAE Chartered Accountant Studies, ACAE Bank Body, CA Pulakda. Over to Pulakda.
Thank you, Vivek. Thank you, Anup, Tarun, and Abhishek, and all other participants. My good afternoon or good to all the people, all the participants. You know that we all are aware that the GST has already completed the 5 years on 1st of July this year. And there are success stories, there are certain unsuccess story as well into this GST. Now, if I say that what are the success stories, so I can give you say 5 success stories and 5 that success was not there. This could have been something could have been worked out more better way. The first thing that success story, if I say from a GST perspective in the last 5 years, what we have seen that you know that earlier there were multiple taxes, right? That multiple taxes have been eliminated into one tax, right? There is an uniformity. So this is one of the greatest success of GST. Then come to the enlargement of the tax base. You know that with the GST, the tax base has been increased multifold, right? And the tax collection has been increased multifold. And it is because of the digitization that is getting increased every day. You know that first time under the GST in the taxation law, we have seen what is called Digital India. Everything we see through digital, like e-invoicing, e-way bill, everything is digitized. That is, there is a ease of doing business, as well as ease of doing compliances, as well as ease of doing handling the departmental people to have a control over the movement of goods, and there is and capture the any evasion of tax, etc. The most important thing what we have seen that in this case that you know that in India we are into a federal structure, and that is why the dual level of GST has been incorporated into our system. And you know that there is a GST council, and this GST council is an example of that cooperative federalism, that here in a federal structure, both central as well as all the participating states, they are working in a cooperative manner, and so that the fulfilling the main objective of the country, right? There are another important thing which has come up. There is a reduction of tax rate in certain areas, not in all, right? Like, you know, that if you see the service, that service tax rate was only 15%, but in service today we are paying 18%. So in service, there has not been any decrease in tax, but increase in tax. But when we are seeing the goods, there are a variety of taxes, and that tax has been rationalized. Now, what are the misses? Hits, we can say that hits, and now if I see the misses, right? What are the misses we have seen? That means there is a lot of areas where there could be a possible improvement. that that there is certain structural imbalances. What is the structural imbalances? Structural imbalances means still if when we go through the original concept paper, would be complete fungibility of the credit, which is not there. Section 17 subsection 5 restricts a lot of credit, and because of this credit, what is happening, that even for refund of that accumulated credit in inverted duty structure, that credit is not being allowed on input services and capital goods, right? So that is one of the important areas where people are suffering out of it, and the Supreme Court has also held that the law which has been created, it is within the constitution. And because of this, there is a lot of disparity into the cash flow management. And even for the cash flow management, as I told you, that when we are earlier importing the services, we were paying service tax under reverse charge at the rate of 15%, and presently we are paying service tax GST at the rate of 18%. There is a 3% excess cash to be paid, and then finally when we will be either utilizing it towards our output liability, or we are asking for the refund, though there is always a time lag which actually impacting the cash flow. Then the most important thing, which has not been actually successful, that is called anti-profiteering. That anti-profiteering, the purpose of anti-profiteering, I do not know how far that purpose of anti-profiteering has been achieved by the government, but it is for sure the harassment of the SSE is enormous. The simple reason, there is no mechanism how the anti-profiteering to be calculated. It has been left at the whims of the commission, that the commission will take the decision, and that is binding and final. And if you don't
Arun, I think it is stuck.
Oh, yes, I think, yeah. Actually, Pulakda is traveling. in
No
his
problem.
car.
there are a lot of,
Ah,
and there and it is also true, it is also true that that there could be a possibility that even by November 2022 they won't be able to finish it up, right? Because now recently there has been a lot of rate reduction, rate increment, etc. Because of that, because of the recent amendments, and for which again the anti-profiteering issue will come in place. And so again there will be complaint. And it is very easy to complain to the anti-profiteering authority, and the based on that complaint, or maybe suo to the anti-profiteering authority initiate a proceedings. So that is yeah. And that another is the tax administration. There is a big tax administration. That we have seen that there are state authorities are taking one view, and the central authorities are taking another view for the similar transaction, and the stakeholders and industry is completely confused, right? Because of this lack of training, lack of understanding of the transaction. Because that if you are a service tax assessee, you are into the service industry, and you are now presently assessed under the state jurisdiction. State authorities, they don't have any conception about the service, right? And taking a different view in this regard, and that is actually creating a confusion. And last but not the least is that constitution of the GST tribunal. 5 years we have completed, still the government could not set up the constitute the GST tribunal. And since the GST tribunal has not been constituted, and what is the difficulties being faced by the industry is that when there is an appellate order is being issued, there is an order that you can file the appeal once the bench is being constituted, right? But when there is a recurring matter, continuous litigation is going on, and there is a decision has not been taken up. So people have no other alternative to go file a writ to the High Court. And in this process, what is happening, the matter which should have been resolved by the tribunal, it is being piled up into the High Court. And High Court is also struggling to handle all these issues. So I think that these are the misses of this GST, where the government has to work on it. And today I think that today that with this conclave, why this conclave was this hits and misses. What are the hits? We have seen, yes, there are definitely good things. There are certain things are there where a lot of work to be done by the EA. And there are, in the meantime, there are a couple of important decisions have been passed by the High Court and Supreme Court. And today, for that matter, we have a learned speaker, advocate, chartered accountant, advocate, Abhishek A Rastogi, who is a partner in Khaitan Company. He would be deliberating on this issue. And also we have another learned senior advocate, Mr. Raghuraman. He would be speaking on this issue. And after that, we have a able panelist who would be dealing with this panel about that hits and misses for 5 years of GST. With this, thank you very much for your patient hearing. Now over to Tarun.
Thank you, Pulakda, for this wonderful introduction to the theme, and you have very aptly brought in the important hits and misses that we have seen in the last 5 years. With this, now I will request our Indirect Tax Committee Co-Chairman, CA Shubham Khaitan, to quickly introduce our learned speaker for the day, for the first session. Thank you. Shubham.
Thank you so much. And I think we had a short session where we got a summary of what we are looking for in the GST regime and what we are looking for in today's topic, specifically with regard to GST, about what are the recent issues that we have been facing. And I'm sure we have got a very wonderful speaker we have been blessed to have him once again on our platform, who has been kind enough to give his consent for this topic, which is a very challenging one from the perspective of the community as a whole, GST community, who has been facing so many different kinds of issues. And to summarize all those issues into a session with regard to discussing or some of the recent judgments, because I mean, there have been so many, it's very difficult to discuss large part of it. So I'm sure the most important judgments which have been in GST, which have transpired a lot of changes in the law. And I'm sure Sir has been instrumental in a lot of these changes. And because of number of amendments which have been brought in the law in the past few days. So just to give a short introduction of Mr. Abhishek A Rastogi, who has been kind enough to grace us today. He's an SRC graduate, a CA and a dynamic lawyer. He has practiced over 20 years over a period of time in PwC, EY, now he's in Khaitan Co. He has had more than 150 writ petitions all across India in different courts on different issues such as constitutionality of Supreme Court conditions, taxability of ocean freight, export benefits which are continuing under FTP, budgetary support, place of supply for intermediaries, arrest, transitional credit, surcharges. All these are some of the major issues that we've all been facing for the past few months, which few of them have been resolved, few of them are still continuing. He has also got accolades for his literary and judicial contribution to the tax and fiscal fraternity for his outstanding achievement in various awards he's got in terms of Economic Times 40 under 40, World Tax Award, Legal Era 40 under 40. He's a prolific speaker, and he's in a lot of news channels also, which you must have noticed, is in ET Now, CNBC, Z Business, and he has featured his more than 300 prominent business dailies. He has a lot of commentaries which he's written on GST, service tax, excise, and his book was also reviewed by Shri Arun Jaitley, our honorable late Finance Minister of our country. With this, I would like to introduce Sir and once again welcome him to our platform. And I'm sure we'll all have a great time listening to you, because what I have noticed from listening to Sir in the past is he talks extremely practically. He talks about the courtroom highlights more than simply what we see in the judgment. So we'll see some aspects which are not in the judgment, but something which transpired as to how the judgment came out as well. As to how the judgment actually came out is something which we all want to listen to, as well as what it holds for us in the future is something which we all would eagerly want to understand. Over to you, Sir. I won't take much of your time. Thank you so much once again for being with us. Over to you. Please start your session.
Thanks a lot to the entire team for the introduction, for giving me this opportunity. It's always a pleasure to address the learned participants which we have today. I am myself a chartered accountant and now practicing as an advocate in various courts. I know that, how much technical skills of a chartered accountant are required for this robust tax system. And I will make this presentation in a very, very different way, talking about how courts have reacted, how courts have dealt. And we've been talking about these 5 years of GST, hits and misses of GST. In one of the matters which I was arguing earlier this week in Delhi High Court, during the course of the arguments, I took a pause. And while the matter was on the constitutionality, I took a pause and I specifically said, but my lord, we love this tax system. I paused for a while, I smiled. The judge gave a very positive smile and the entire court smiled. So today, where we are, today we are at a junction where we need pragmatic solutions to some of these problems. I would say that the government and the GST Council has been putting tireless efforts to make this tax system an improved tax system. Every day it gets improvement. And we'll come to some of those aspects subsequent to some of these matters which we have argued and dealt. We talk about that. But I think before I go into that, it is very important today to take a pause and analyze some of these important aspects which Pulagda mentioned. Those I would not talk about the good points because, whenever you are analyzing with a critical eye, you need to analyze the misses. And let me try to respond few of these, the 5 points which Pulagda mentioned. The first and the foremost is with respect to credit restrictions, blocking of credits under Section 17. Without going into the merits of the constitutionality, I think we have been very vocal across all courts that the objective of GST was not to lead to tax cascading because of blocking of credits. That defeats the entire objective of seamless credit flow. And I think somewhere these submissions which we are making based on the objectives of GST are getting considered. So the equity may come into play at some point of time. And even if these are policy decisions, the policy decisions would be subject to judicial review. It will be under judicial review, either from the court intervention or the GST Council playing its recommendatory role. And we will soon see into that with respect to 17.5 blockage. And I'm arguing dozens of such writs in different courts. We are very optimistic that perhaps a solution would come soon for industry. The second point which was raised was with respect to the inverted duty structure. And we have seen how Supreme Court has held in case of services with respect to the inverted duty structure. Today, we are proud because we get solutions from the GST Council, we get solutions from this government. And we have seen that partial benefit with respect to services has now come in this recent notification, wherein they have adjusted to the extent of the services. And hence, going forward, there will be some additional benefit with respect to the service element by way of an amendment to the formula. So, which is a very, very welcome move. Third aspect which was raised was with respect to tax administration, and a very, very moot point, very, very correct point. Today, it must not happen that there is tax inconsistency. The entire purpose of GST was tax consistency, tax certainty. And hence, in various of the petitions which we have taken to the court, we have gone to certain fundamental aspects that for the common period, for the common issue, for the same SSC, can both state and central authorities initiate an investigation? And that is very, very basic. So I think the point which I want to drive is that where we feel that the action of the executive is inconsistent with the statutory provisions, we will have to continue to knock the doors of the court. Because today we are a proud nation to have one of the best judicial systems of the world present here. Today, we are a proud nation to have one of the excellent legislature. The problem will arise if, in spite of the excellent legislature and the finest judicial system of the world, the executive action is not in consistency with the policies or the legislature. And for that, we've been very vocal. We have been knocking doors of the court whenever we feel that the petitioner or the taxpayer has been denied the fundamental rights, have been denied some of those aspects which are very relevant to him, either as rights under the statute or in terms of the rights which are there under the Constitution. The fifth point which Pulakda raised was with respect to non-formation of tribunals, for which I have no answer. But to answer it on a lighter note, I think the matters are going to the court. The advocates are having much better time because they are getting many more briefs. But on a serious note, I think that's not what should happen, because tribunal are fact-finding authorities, final fact-finding authorities. They get into more details and it reduces the burden of the court. So that must be formed. But as we speak, what we have learned from North Block is that there is already a GOM which has been formed, and these tribunals, while 5 years have happened, they do not want to go wrong on formation of these tribunals, because we must understand that under the erstwhile regime, there were tribunals formed for VAT under the state provisions, and there were central tribunals in the form of CSTAT. Now everything has to merge. We know for a fact that cooperative federalism, both the state and the central have now powers, to decide these issues, and there will be a lot of commonality. For that to happen, it is important that the decision with respect to formation of these tribunals is also pragmatic and does not change or dismantle the entire system. We do not want at this stage something to happen so that there are more grievances, there are more inconsistencies, which we've been, talking about. And to reduce that, I think while the delay by 5 years is not justifiable by any standards, but yes, today we will soon see that the robust administration and legal system at the tribunal level comes into play with respect to GST as well. So I think with that background, I would move on to some of these very important key decisions which have come in the recent past. And I think any discussion without reference to the taxability of ocean freight will not be justifiable to this presentation. And I would want to start with the ocean freight taxability and the wiries which were challenged with respect to ocean freight. Without going for a moment into the technical details of the grounds and so on and so forth, the dispute revolved around few aspects. If the Indian importer is importing the goods, the import value of the goods is already subjected to entire customs duty and IGST. Then can some deemed value with respect to freight for which the Indian importer is not even entering into a contractual arrangement could be subject to tax under the reverse charge mechanism. And I think without going into a lot of other details that who the service provider is, who the service recipient is, the notification, who could be notified, whether the service provider could be notified or the services could be notified, the usage of comma in 5.3 and so on and so forth. The moot point before the court was, in technical terms, that when there is a composite supply, and mind you, this decision will have repercussions for a lot of other sectors. So if there is a composite supply, and that composite supply is subject to tax on the entire value, will aspect theory come into play? Will aspect theory come into play to say that two transactions are different, or whether these will be treated as a composite supply? The moot point before the court was that if the entire base value of the supply is already subject to relevant taxes, BCD and IGST on imports, then can some deemed value with respect to freight could also be taxable in case of CIF contracts. So the import happens on CIF basis, cost, insurance and freight is paid by the Indian importer. And the court held very categorically that in case of composite supplies, the entire base is already subject to tax. Aspect theory, extraterritorial jurisdiction, service provider, service recipient, and so many other arguments which were taken were not given weightage on the fact that when a composite supply is already taxable at the full value with respect to relevant taxes, there is no way that a part of it could be subjected to some other levy, perhaps the same levy of IGST, which has already been levied on the entire base. And we will be able to use this decision with respect to these composite supplies in several other cases, several other situations. And hence, not only from the perspective of the constitutional validity of the ocean freight, but from the perspective of this principle of composite supply, this decision becomes the landmark decision. Couple of related technical points are that this decision is relevant or has been pronounced only for CIF contracts. So what happens in case of FOB contracts? The arguments will be different. The grounds will be different. The facts will determine the taxability in case of FOB contracts. It has not yet been subject matter of challenge so far before the courts, but clients have already approached that what must be the approach for FOB contracts. And I do not want to tell anything right now in this presentation, but you will soon see that how in case of FOB contracts, the matters reach to the court. The other related point, which is very important, is that we must understand that there are today petitions not only under GST, but also the controversy is with respect to service tax. The decision which has come now, today, is only with respect to GST. The decision with respect to service tax is still pending, and soon we would see the outcome with respect to that as well. While this was on the technical side, the more populist side, or what media also enjoyed and what people were also looking, and industry and experts and various stakeholders also observed was the finding of the Supreme Court with respect to the powers of the GST Council. 101st Constitution Amendment Act marks a new beginning for a new tax system for new India. Cooperative federalism comes at its peak and becomes the fundamental aspect of this new taxation system. And hence it is important for us to understand that what is the role of the GST Council. And when this matter came up before the court, let's understand the background, that why the powers of the GST Council have even been commented by the court. The issue which came was that these notifications which have been challenged today have come into force on the recommendation of the GST Council. And hence, the point which emerges or arises is that when something gets notified on the basis of the recommendation of the GST Council, and that notification is subject matter of review, then can judicial review happen? And what remains as the role of the GST Council? I remember that I had very categorically highlighted before the court the words used in Article 279 capital A. And I had categorically mentioned that the word which is used there is recommendation. And hence, there are a couple of aspects which become relevant. The GST Council is a body which is framed to provide recommendations. Basis the recommendation of the GST Council, if there is a notification or a provision, that provision will be subject to the test of constitutionality. That was the first element. And hence the question, and hence the moot point before the court was whether the recommendation of the GST Council, for which the cause and effect relationship is a notification, can the vires of that notification be challenged? And today, I think that's the fundamental answer which we have got from this decision. Yes, it can be tested. There is no supremacy. Even in those cases where the provision is based on the recommendation of the council. And that's the landmark. That's the point. Because tomorrow, if on the basis of the recommendation of the council, something comes which is unconstitutional, which defeats the objective of the GST law, and so on and so forth, that will be subject to test. And that win was more important for us to ensure that the fundamental rights are not contravened. And hence this decision holds utmost importance. The related part was, can the recommendations of the GST Council are binding? We must understand that the Constitution provides for a harmonious system, for a unified system. We must ensure, or the GST Council must also ensure, that the harmony between the states and the center is not broken, or between interstates is not broken. Now, hypothetically, let's talk about an activity which is relevant for, let's say, only one state. Hypothetically, I'm saying, let's talk about casinos. If today we are talking about the taxability of casinos, and we tax casinos at 28%, In other state, it does not make any impact. So whether GOM decides that, or GST Council decides that, or whosoever decides that, would not make much of a difference to other states, but will make huge effect to the state of Goa. Because the economy of that state fundamentally depends on that activity. And hypothetical, this is all hypothetical. Now, if tomorrow the rate increases goes in such a way that the entire industry or setup in that state is killed, and this is based on the recommendation of the GST Council, and we know there are weighted averages. Central government will have some weight, state will have some weight, and only one state may have very little weightage and may not get support, because some states may say that we would want to ultimately ban this service in our state. So what you're talking about rate, it must be what, 28. We feel that it should be 100%. And if that happens, the question which arises is that whether the recommendation of the GST Council will be binding on the state of Goa. And that's what the Supreme Court decision for ocean freight has very, very explicitly held, that the recommendations of the GST Council are not binding. The state which deviates from the recommendation will have to provide justification, will have to talk about the survival, will have to talk about how it helps that state. And in any case, if we see the provisions of the Indian Constitution, Article 279 capital A, that article in itself provides that what happens in case of a conflict between the states or the state in the center. You please resolve that state dispute or the dispute between the state and the center as per the provisions of the Constitution. It will happen in the rarest of rare cases. But today, with the Supreme Court specifically highlighting on that point, addressing on that issue, it shows that we are living in a democratic country. This is a clear case of cooperative federalism, with some exceptions in those cases wherein the recommendations must not be binding, because the state may have its own view. So full respect is provided in terms of decision making, even to the states, when they are able to justify that why that exception should be there against the recommendation of the council for the point which is very relevant for the state, and ensuring that there is no breaking of harmony. So I think from those perspectives, this decision is very important. And I think these elements will help us in several other cases. Moving ahead, I think the other much important decision which has been talked about is Canon India. Of course, we understand Canon India is on the powers to issue the show cause notice and whether DRI has powers or not. And then Canon India goes into the proper officer, assignment of functions, appointment of officers, and so on and so forth. Canon India is under review. Today, Canon India raises important questions with respect to certain elements or provisions even under the GST. And the reason is like this. If we talk about the summons which are issued under GST, under Section 70, a lot of times we have seen senior intelligence officers issuing these summons. We need to see the definition of the proper officer under the GST Act. The appointment of these officers under the GST Act. The assignment of functions to these officers under the GST Act. And we will have to read that in light of the provisions of Section 167. We will have to also analyze whether the definition clause of a proper person under the GST Act could assign the powers. Could assignment happen by way of a definition clause? And in some cases, when we are advising our clients, we must see that who is issuing these summons. Is that the proper officer? And I'm saying all this because if we see the circular of 2017, which assigns these powers to these officers, the assignment of powers happen through a circular. Whereas the assignment or delegation under the GST Act must happen through a notification. If we see sections 167, it provides that the commissioner by notification would do so. Commissioner in the board, commissioner are all defined terms. In fact, what is a notification is also defined under the Act. Notification is different from circular, which we all know. But what can a circular do? And what can a notification do? And how these are coming into play, how these are becoming effective is the question mark, which somebody will have to raise at some point of time. I have raised that in about a dozen of petitions. I do not know as of now that, which way it will go. But the fundamental point which is being raised is like this. The law requires you to do assignment of functions in a defined way. Can you deviate from that defined way? If under the GST Act, the assignment of function by the commissioner through the delegation mode can happen only through a notification. Notification would come into force by way of an official gazette document. And is defined what is a notification. And hence the question which arises is, and let's forget for the time being whether assignment of function can happen under the definition clause. The relevant point which comes is whether the assignment of function can happen through a circular. When the law provides that it must happen by notification. This will have some serious implication. The entire system may be disrupted. I'm not denying that. But let's understand, with greater power comes greater responsibility, right? We know that. Today, the Act provides that assignment of function is relevant for issuance of summons, powers are given to this. For issuance of show cause notice, powers are given to this. For adjudication, powers are given to this, and so on and so forth. And I have used this example in court. I said, my lord, let's say that there is a cricket match between India and Pakistan. And both the captains are going to the center for spinning of the coin for the toss. The toss has to be in presence of a referee, and it is very, very clearly provided that the spin of the coin will be done by the referee and one of the captains will choose. Now, if instead of the referee, third umpire goes, and the match also happens, and then it is realized because third umpire was not sure whether the process which was followed, the spin of the coin, was to happen by one of the captains or by him. Because wrong person goes and the procedure is not followed and one of the captains spins the coin instead of the referee. But everything is fair. We are not disputing on the fairness of the process. We are not deviating from that. But that process is not followed. The match also happens and one team loses. The team which loses now comes into play and say that that initial toss has not taken place properly. And then the answer will be like this: now a lot of water has flown. Why was it not raised at that point of time? And this has been specific examples in court. And hence it is important to raise these fundamental questions at right time. Because tomorrow we do not want to go into a situation when the court says that a lot of water has now flown, match is over, results are declared, one team has won. The law provides the assignment of function to happen through a notification, because these are officially gazetted documents and they run through the parliamentary process. The circulars are not officially gazetted documents which are running through the parliamentary process. These are issued by the board with a completely different thought process and procedure. And hence the moot point which arises basis can in India, that how can assignment of functions happen through a circular under GST? Couple of cases I've got also, couple of cases are in review also. But this will remain a moot point of discussion, because what will happen is that if this is decided, the entire system may collapse, because there have been so many such instances. But you cannot ignore the process of law. And that has been our fundamental argument. I will try to wrap up. I had other cases also, but I think we do not want to run late on our program. And our next honorable speaker is supposed to start at 3. I do not want to delay the moderating process. Some of these aspects, if we miss, we will cover in the moderating session after an hour. But other points which I wanted to talk, and I think Pulakda also mentioned about this, is anti-profiteering. Today, the industry is not against anti-profiteering provisions. But our moot point, and I still remember the first writ petition on anti-profiteering was argued by me. We said that these are two relevant factors, but are not the only factors. Today, it is important for us to determine the quantum of profiteering. Today, we must see, and when I was arguing on constitutionality the other day, earlier this week, I specifically mentioned only with respect to Article 14, Article 19 1G, and Article 246 capital A. Today, we are challenging the vires of 171. This is what? That this is price control based on two factors which are relevant or has relevance under GST. But would the state and the center get powers for price control as per the provisions of Article 246 capital A? Section 171 of anti-profiteering will have to cross the bridge of Article 246 capital A. There cannot be price control based on two factors which are related to GST, because Article 246 capital A would not provide for that, has not provided for that. This is our submission. Of course, the matter is pending before the court, but this is the moot point. And hence, at some stage, the fundamentals of those aspects will also come into play. The other very important decision will be with respect to place of supply for intermediary services. Bombay High Court, there is a tie, and the third judge has heard the matter. I argued this matter for almost about 2 weeks. It will be completely redefining the place of provision of services based on, I don't know whether the decision will be in our favor or will be against us, but I think very important principles will come to the fore. Because again, the fundamentals have been challenged, have been argued, have been debated. Who the service provider is, who the service recipient is, the service receiver is outside of India, consumption and so on and so forth. And Article 286 comes into play. This will become a landmark decision to address the provisions of Article 286. Anti-profiteering may become a landmark decision to address provisions of Article 246 capital A. Ocean freight has already touched upon 279 capital A. So these are redefining moments. As professionals, we are learning every day from our clients, from our colleagues, from our courts. A lot of time my team member comes and say that this is the point, this looks like a stupid point. I said, no, no point is a stupid point. Some of these points we gather while arguing in courts. And we realize that from the cross-questioning which is happening from the judges, new thoughts are coming up. And these are redefining moments because they form part of the decision-making process. They become part of the judgment. They address fundamental aspects. For the first time, few of these provisions of the Constitution will be tested. That what impact would they have on several provisions under GST? And if we see, today, two important aspects have been addressed with respect to coercive recoveries. Dozens of writs I am arguing on coercive recoveries. And today there's a circular, or there is an instruction which has come that what is voluntary payment, what about coercive recoveries, and the action which could be initiated against the officers. Today we have a robust system of vigilance and administration in the Indian government. But that system must come to it, and the trigger happens only when the assessee goes to the system. You make use of your remedies, powers, rights under the Act, and there are remedies and answers available. The important part is that you must know what those are and how best you could take advantage of those. We've been talking a lot about circular trading. Sapna Jain versus Union of India. Constitutional validity of the criminal provisions. People used to say that this is a case of anticipatory bail. It's wrong decision of Mr. Rastogi to file under 226. And this I'm talking about 2018. And we did that. We were the only ones who went under 226 at that stage. Subsequently, a lot of people went under 226, but that became the landmark decision when it was held that no coercive measure. We've been arguing loud and clear, and that argument has now come in this circular dated 6th of July. There is no tax evasion. But so many arrests have happened. Why should I tell my client to file an anticipatory bail? He's not a criminal. It's not a case of tax evasion. At least it's not a case of GST offense. I will not go to PML, etc. and so on and so forth, while we may have answers to that. And what we've been arguing in several cases of circular trading and fake invoices, the board has addressed that. And that is the beauty of this government. That is the beauty of our system. Basis judicial intervention. The board and the council addresses these issues. Now, I was on Z Business the other day. A lot of people have apprehensions about this circular also. No, this circular is not correct. What happens for C? C is a genuine player. It only addresses about the fraudsters, A and B. We need to go to fundamentals. We need to analyze the principles which have come in by way of that circular. It talks about what is supply, and if it is not a supply on the input side, it is not a supply on the output side. It says that there is no tax evasion. Penalty provisions will follow. Sometimes half knowledge is more dangerous than no knowledge. And I was amazed to see that people are not understanding that circular. See, I'm not saying whether that will be followed in principle or not, because the person at the commissionerate level may have his or her own view. But as experts, we need to understand that what principles are coming, in what background these are coming, and what are illustrations leading to. If we are not analyzing the corollary effect, then we are not great professionals. If tomorrow the circular is not followed by any of the officers and we are waiting for issuance of the show cause notice, then we are doing a mistake. Immediately when the trigger happens for non-following, we must move to the writ court. A lot of people used to ask me 5 years back, what is the remedy? I used to tell them that the remedy is to move to the writ court. And they used to feel that because I want to gain name, money, business, whatever, I'm telling them. They would come to me 2 years later or 1 year later that we have not got the solution through various different alternate means. And then they would come. And in one such case, the Punjab and Haryana High Court asked, and the client was next to me, that why were you waiting for so long? I said, my lord, I got instructions late to do so. And the client is standing there. I told her, see, that's exactly I was telling you. So I think the bottom line before I close is, we must understand the rights which we have, the statutory rights under the Act, the constitutional remedies which we have. We must learn from these important decisions which are now coming, because these will become the fundamentals of the new tax system. How the law is changing, evolving, circulars and instructions, what principles are coming must be applied holistically, harmoniously, without breaking the objectives of GST. And I would certainly, and this is my personal opinion, would not say misses under GST. I would say the scope of improvement. Today, it's a dream to have this tax system. It has completely, fundamentally changed our lives. We love this tax system. But yes, we cannot be in a situation wherein we feel that everything is perfect. There's a scope for improvement. And we will continue to strive for that better tomorrow. With that, I would want to finish this part of my presentation, and I would want Tarun and team to please introduce the next speaker.
Yes, sir. Before we conclude your session, sir, we would like to give an opportunity to the participants to have a short question answer session. And to moderate the question answer session, we have our very own CA, Vikas Bankaji. He is a member of our ACAE CA study circle and also a part of the Indirect Tax committee of the study circle. Sir, to introduce him further, he is recently authored one book on practical guide on GST, which has been published by Taxman, sir. So with these few words, I will now hand it over to CA Vikas Bankaji to please moderate this session. Thank you.
Thank you, Tarunji, for giving me the opportunity, and welcome you, Abhishek sir, on the platform of our ACE. Now I request all the participants kindly raise any question if they have from our learned speaker from Abhishek sir. And in absence of right now query from the participants, I have one query, sir. May I ask from you, sir?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Relating to the ocean freight, what I have understood regarding this ocean freight is, since this is the under section 5 of the IGST Act, the basic difference between section 9 and section 5 is the only proviso. Proviso of section 5 says that IGST will be levied on the import of goods. Can we say that notification number 10 entry number 1, this is in line with the section 5 and tax collection is done through the section 3, tax levied to the section 5 of the IGST Act, and tax collection is through the notification number 10. Nowhere in the notification itself says that tax will be collected in addition to section 5 of the IGST Act.
You have raised important aspect. I would answer that question from the perspective of what the service recipient pays. And you forget the law for the time. This recipient of goods, is he the service receiver for the ocean freight service? Is the first question. And then the second question is that the entire flow of money which has gone out of India, has that been subjected to tax? If you see and read the order, all of these other aspects apart from the composite supply, in fact, the court has not held in the favor of the petitioners. The court has given answer to all of these, including where the notified services or the person has to be notified, wordings of section 5, and so on and so forth, the recipient, aspect theory, extraterritorial jurisdiction. I would not want to deviate myself from the findings of the court now at this stage. At the argument stage, we could have taken any other argument. But as far as the law of the land today is, the only issue is with respect to the composite supply which happens, for which the entire consideration is subjected to tax. Can a deemed value with respect to freight can be taxable or not? The answer is it should not be.
Right, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank
now, Venkat GM sir is asking, RCM still be liable to pay FOB contracts in connection to the ocean freight, or both CIF or FOB contracts that decision apply?
To answer it in two parts, the decision does not apply to FOB. The decision is very, very categorically only for CIF. To answer the other part of the question, whether FOB transaction is also subject to RCM, the answer is that those may not be subject to tax under RCM, but not basis this decision. But perhaps the new challenge which must come for FOB transactions to challenge the vires of the levy under the reverse charge basis the facts of the case. So examining those facts of the case will be very relevant.
Sir, my question is over here is, sir, RCM is coming to the notification number 10. Can we not say that notification per se is in line with the section 5 itself, to the in compliance with the proviso of section 5?
We can argue that as well, but when it comes to FOB transactions, what I'm trying to say is that this decision, including the provisions, are very categorically related to CIF only. And hence, any deviation from those provisions which are specifically for CIF, the FOB will have completely different arguments, completely new test, extraterritorial, aspect theory, composite, and so on and so forth. that will also depend on how the money flows and what is the composite supply. So the answer can be determined only basis the facts of how the treatment is to be given.
True. Sir, next query is from Bhagisri sir. Sir, in case of circular trading, whenever revenue authorities have made wrong recoveries from the supplier till date, can the supplier claim refund now in lieu of the recent circulars?
Of course, yes. The answer is yes. And if you have not done that, you have already wasted a week.
Next query is Tarun. In case anyone has a question, yeah, please, if anyone has a question, please unmute themselves. Yes, Shivani ma'am.
So मैंने तो video on किया था, I can unmute, but still I have a question because when you have someone like him as a speaker, we are always full of questions. So sir, I have one question. First of all, a very, very good afternoon to you. And thank you so much for the wonderful deliberation. So I have a question is that if a particular assessee is issued a summon under the GST Act in relation to an investigation being carried on his client or customer, how should the particular assessee, briefly, if you could explain, take care of such summons? Because I understand under the relevant section 70, the summons have to be as a result of an inquiry/investigation, which this assessee has not been made privy to. So in such cases, sir, where directly the MD has been asked to make his appearance, how does one deal with this?
He should not appear at all. And he should write to them that they have no powers to issue summons to us. There are board circulars and guidelines which provides that when a summons can be issued. In this case, one, it has been issued to an MD.
Right, sir.
Let's say I am Reliance. Let's say, no, let's not take names. Let's say I am one of the biggest corporates of the country. I have 560 companies under me.
Yes.
In one of the companies, there is some GST issue. Will you issue it to the chairman and MD? And will ask the top guy to appear. Where is it provided? There are board guidelines today. There is a 89 circular. Then there is one circular issued in 90s, then 2014, and then 2000. There is a FAQ of 2018.
Right.
These very categorically provide that when should summons be issued, to whom summons should be issued, is why this information or what he's asking through summons could not be asked through a letter. Why he wants MD? Why he can't get this information through the authorized representative? Who has issued this summon? Senior intelligence officers or superintendents are issuing these summons under section 70. Do they have valid assignment of functions? Right. Then in few cases, they're not even mentioning DIN. Then in summons, they say to produce documents or information, 1, 2, and 3, and 1, 2, and 3 are blank. Are these valid summons? If you're asking a person to appear and you're leaving 1, 2, and 3 as blank, courts have taken strict view. In fact, in Bombay High Court, we have this issue. They're issuing blank summons, 1, 2, and 3 blank. If it is with respect to an investigation for my client and customer, which is your fact, then why should I go as an MD? मैं खाली बैठा हूं क्या यार तुम्हारे summons के लिए आ जाऊं? One senior intelligence officer is issuing summons to an MD and MD runs away, goes there, and you harass him. You ask him to come at 10:30 and आप उनको address ही 2:30 कर रहे हो, और फिर पूछते हो सर चाय पी लें भाई? We are not coming here to have tea. Time in and time out. If MD is going, and why should MD go? MD should not go. These are cases where you should go to the court first of all. After writing appropriately to them, that we are sending our authorized representative, kindly let us know the issue, kindly let us know the specific time, and so on and so forth.
Right, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. One last question for this session. Sir, whether GST is applicable on business support service provided among partners without any consideration?
See, without consideration, in any case, nothing is taxable. The only thing what we'll have to see is whether these are related parties, non-related parties, schedule, and so on and so forth. There also the nature of the service is important, and this is a completely fact-based question. It will not have a straight jacket answer, but my feel is that if something is happening between the partners, in what capacity this is happening, what are the contractual terms, why consideration is not being paid, and what is the nature of the service, what is the underlying arrangement and agreement. So I think without that, it will be very difficult to answer this.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Over to you, Tarunji.
Yes, thank you, Vikas Bankaji, for the wonderful moderation, and thank you, Abhishek sir, for your wonderful deliberation on the in the first session. Sir, we will request you to stay on because you are the moderator for the panel discussion. With this, we come to the end of first session, and now for the second session, we have our very own CA Ankit Kanoria. He is also a CA turned advocate and is regularly appearing in Calcutta High Court and Supreme Court and various other high courts. I will now request Ankit to take it over from here.
Thank you very much, Tarunji. The second session, we have Senior Advocate Raghuraman sir with us, amongst us, to deliberate on the latest issues of under GST. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. So in the second session, we have our very own, I would say, Raghuraman sir, who has always guided us in various capacities whenever he's in Calcutta or either through virtual platforms. Raghuraman sir is a designated senior advocate. He's a chartered accountant, cost accountant, and company secretary with an illustrious academic record, which includes ranks in BCom, CA Inter, CA Final, and ICDOWA Inter and Final. His area of specialization includes taxation, FEMA, and other allied subjects, and he has been practicing over 3 decades before the Supreme Courts, High Courts, and the tribunals. He was also a member of the Indirect Tax Committee of the ICAI in New Delhi for 14-15. And he's also author of 2 books, Landmark International VAT Decisions and its relevance in Indian GST, as well as GST and Indirect Taxes Democide by Commercial Law Publishers. The topic today that we have for Raghuraman sir is latest issues in GST. And as the first speaker of the session has already dealt with various case laws, which has dealt in detail as to the various issues which are coming through these case laws. Apart from case laws, also there are issues with regard to credit notes, debit notes, the issues of 16(4), what is the time limit to avail the credit, whether it is for books of account or it is in 3B, having regard to judgment of Airtel, the issues of section 16(2)(c), mismatch 2A versus 3B. So there are various varieties of issues which I believe Raghuraman sir will guide us in this session, and we all look forward for having a wonderful session. So I request Raghuraman sir to kindly share your views on the subject.
Thank you, Ankit ji, ACAE. Thank you very much, Tarun ji. And I can see our successful sportswoman come chartered accountant, Shivani ji. So good of you that you are winning medals after medals to prove that CA fraternity can also play. So good to see all of you. Well, I would start off this way. I do not know what went on in the last session. I was there only for the last 10-15 minutes. So I will probably deal with some issues which have come up in the recent past and some other issues which are of some seminal importance to us. A couple of weeks back, I had the opportunity to lead the arguments in a very important case as to whether the circular issued by the board, which wanted to tax the tolls which were gathered by way of annuities, especially in this, which is meant for this road building exercises done by the concessionaires, is valid or is not valid. It's an interesting issue because it is arisen across the country. The issue there is that when GST came into existence, it carried forward certain exemptions. One such exemption, of course, was the exemption on tolls, which was there earlier. Concessionaires would always build and collect the tolls and pass, the the revenue on to themselves first, and then after 15 years or 20 years, as the case may be, hand over the projects to the NHAI or the state board. Now, many of these concessioners were finding it difficult to collect tolls and meet the construction and other costs. And there could be cases where the first couple of years there was no toll collection at all, or was not significant. Now, how do they service their loans? So they came about with an understanding with NHAI and other state governments that toll collection will be done by the NHAI or their agents, and they will get certain annuities, which will enable them to, fund whatever they've constructed, operated, and maintained. GST Council discusses this in their meeting and comes to a conclusion that annuities should be on par with tolls. Exemption is issued. This is in 2017, October. 2021, they suddenly issue another circular. GST Council discusses this matter. And in one line, they say that the annuities should be subjected to tax because the construction cost is subjected to tax. No amendment is made to the notification or exemption notification, which is already there, but circulars are issued saying that construction cost is taxable, tolls is not taxable. So to that extent, to the extent of construction, tax should be levied, which is no brainer if it were so. But using this circular across the country, the revenue authorities devise a method where they say the entire toll is towards construction and therefore the entire toll should be taxed. Those who get annuities are getting annuities and not tolls, and that should be taxed because a portion of it is towards construction. Now, this is a very skewed way of thinking about it. So we challenge these matters, and I've argued these matters in few high courts already. Fortunately, in Karnataka High Court, we could argue it to a finish. And the court held that you could not have issued circulars which are contrary to the exemption notifications which are available. Of course, we had showed them the decisions of several decisions which are already there, and came to a conclusion that you should not be taxing tolls at all. The intention of the exemption notification is not to tax tolls, whether a portion of it feeds the construction or a portion of it feeds the maintenance. Either way, taxing of tolls is not welcome, and struck down that circular, which I think now the board in its wisdom should have withdrawn earlier and probably not at all issued a circular. The GST Council should, I believe, in matters like this, one very important issue of law comes to the fore. When GST Council issues a clarification or issues a recommendation, so as to say, leading to a exemption notification being issued. They did this in 2017. They issue a recommendation that annuity should be on par with toll. After doing so, an exemption notification is issued under Section 11 or Section 6 of the IGST Act, Section 11 of the CGST Act. What is important for us to understand is that once this is done, if you want to revisit this issue, you should be in a position to bring about a discussion which is equal to what you did earlier. If you do not bring about a discussion in the GST Council minutes, it is very unfortunate that these decisions, if you can't implement them through exemption notification, you should not try to implement them through a circular. This is the first lesson that should be learned by those who are administering the law. See, otherwise the GST is a wonderful law. Nobody doubts that. So many indirect taxes have been consolidated into one. Second, the government has been realizing substantial revenues from GST, 1,40,000 crores consistently over a period of time shows that this law is successful. At the same time, I would say this, and I've written about this also. Of the 1,40,000 crores, I am very sure 99 or more % of it is being paid by assessees voluntarily. Let's get this in our system very clear. More than 99% of this revenue is being collected by voluntarily assessees depositing this tax. That being the case, our assessees should be first congratulated for giving this kind of a revenue to the government. And then we can think of, whatever you say, this, results of enforcement and other things. I don't think is contributing more than a few 100 crores in the month. I don't believe that you're collecting 1,40,000 crores through enforcement. No, or even the threat of enforcement. No. The people are complying with the law. I don't, there will always be in any system people who avoid taxes. And you can't rule that by exception. Even here, you look at this case which I have, which I'm talking to you about. An exemption notification issued with a lot of thought should not be disturbed by administrative instructions. You should not try to displace these well thought out exemptions. If you feel that the exemption notification has to be revised, nothing wrong in giving a recommendation to the central government. The central government may issue this. This is where I feel, the Mohit Minerals case, probably the Supreme Court in handing out its decision on the powers of the GST Council probably did not notice that Section 11A and Section 6 say that the central government may on the recommendations of the council. It doesn't say shall. Exemption notification issue is at the discretion of the central government or the state government, as the case may be. And if they find that in spite of the GST Council recommendations, it need not be issued, I don't think we can force the central government or the state government to issue notifications. That is the wording of Section 11. So, or Section 6 of the IGST Act. So this is where I think there will be a lot of discussions in future whether GST Council recommendations are binding on the executive. They're not binding on the legislature. This I have said in in Calcutta so many times, or across the country. Are they binding on the executive? Some of the recommendations may be binding on the executive, but when it comes to exemptions, will they become binding on the executive if the executive refuses to issue a notification, as in this case? I am not sure whether you can read may in Section 11 or Section 6 as compulsory. It is a discretion vested because economic policy requires so many factors to be taken into account. So this is one important landmark case which, luckily I led the arguments. I was very happy to do so, at least to lay down the law in this aspect. The next aspect which I have challenged in the Dharwad bench of the Karnataka High Court is whether works contract is leviable to tax under GST at all or not. Whether works contract can be taxed. This is an important issue which I have raised in the Karnataka High Court. The High Court, after listening to me for a large period of time, almost 45 minutes or an hour, came to a conclusion that prima facie there is a good case on constitutional validity and stayed further proceedings in the show cause notice. There are some important elements in that case which has been argued, and fundamentally we have to now take it to the next step and see whether works contract tax can be levied under the GST law at all in the form in which it is being levied. and whether exemption notifications which are issued, taxing works contract at different rates are valid. These are some of the important questions that arise in that case, and as and when it progresses, I will keep updating all of you how the matter is going. The third issue, as has been long time, I have discussed this over the last 4 or 5 years about fake invoices. It has been touched upon by the previous session, I believe. Let me tell you this. It is fundamental that a person who takes credit based on a fake invoices and reverses it has not taken the credit at all. There are sufficient number of Supreme Court decisions. We don't require a circular to tell us that if I take the credit and reverse it, it amounts to non-availment. Bombay Dying's case, Supreme Court. Any number of cases where Supreme Court, their tribunals in the context of the Senvat credit or Modvat credit have held. Once you reverse the credit, it amounts to non-availment. In the chain of fake invoices, you start from A to B to C to D to E. Let us say A to E all are connected in this transaction. A sells to A, raises an invoice on B, B on C, C on D, D on E. What has to be proved is this link. In this link, who is the beneficiary? Who has facilitated? In any fake invoicing matter, I have told this on numerous occasions in the last 4 years. Who is the beneficiary? Who is the link who has facilitated this? If the person who facilitates has paid back the tax, there can't be any recovery from. Because whatever credit he has taken credit on fake invoice, but he has reversed it. So as far as he is concerned as an entity or an individual, nothing remains to be done. The maximum you can do against him is levy a penalty under 122 and prosecute him under 132 for having facilitated the fake invoices. And this is exactly what I said. You can't go against him for tax recoveries. Maximum interest if there is a delay in his reversals. Penalty, prosecution, yes. Tax demand against a person who was reversed already, no. You can have tax demand only against a person who has not paid his output tax. And on the input side, if you want, you can proceed against him if he has not reversed the credit. Yes. And that is all that this circular also says. This is the position in law, which I am happy at least about one thing. The circular has been issued, should have been issued 2 years back. But having issued this circular, the government has done the right thing to say and put it in proper perspective. Put it in proper perspective. That you proceed for prosecution, for penalty, but don't ask these people to pay tax again because they've already reversed the credit, which they have taken. But against those who have not done so, yes, if it is so, if it is there, you proceed against them. That is the good part of this GST Council minutes or the meeting was that some of these decisions are very extremely good, extremely pro-business at a time when business required all this. So the government, if somebody tells me the government is not responding to the business, I don't agree with it fully. The government has been listening to all of us. Selectively, they think that certain areas require attention and they go and do those amendments. I think that is the discretion of the government. You should give them that credit where it is due. You can criticize the government when you feel that, they have issued a circular which is wrong, but you should also praise the government when they have done such measures. The recent amendments also, in terms of including input services within the inverted duty structure and other things, is a response which the government is given to the industry to say, yes, in spite of court decisions or in spite of, what is there in the environment, we are willing to come out and amend the law where we feel it should be fair to the businessman. So to that extent, I believe you must give credit to this government for being attentive and making those amendments. In fact, the amendment which has been recently made were 9610, where they say if you want to pay the tax, you pay the tax and you recredit it into your ledger, is an extremely welcome amendment, because so many petitions are being pending across high courts. And I only hope that these issues will get closed one way or the other. Coming to the question of tax on tax, this has always been a subject which I have been espousing over a period of time. What is a tax on tax? Any impost collected under a statute is a tax, as per Article 366(28) of the Constitution. And any impost collected under a statute is a tax. A mining act, if you see, collects several taxes and cesses. I have consistently told sessions that when it comes to mining, and we have challenged these matters in the courts, what is important to see is that if you're already collecting a royalty, the question that arises in all this is a royalty a tax or is it a profit share? In common terminology, what we speak across with each other, when we say royalty, it means it is just a profit sharing. I have a royalty arrangement with the X. It's a profit sharing arrangement. That is what state of West Bengal's case, AIR 2005, I think, where the Supreme Court said this. But when they said it, unfortunately, they did not notice that there was an earlier 7-bench decision in India Cements case, which said royalty collected under a statute, my dear, is a tax. So now that question is pending before a 9-bench in Mineral Area Development Authority. Incidentally, why I brought this issue was, in Mineral Area Development Authority, Supreme Court is also going to address this question, whether entry 49 of list 2, taxes on lands and buildings, is it only direct or is it also includes indirect tax? If the Supreme Court comes to a conclusion that it includes an indirect tax, then my dear friends, this rental entry, rent of immovable property coming in the GST legislations will have to go. Reason being, if land tax on land and buildings in list 2 includes rentals also being an indirect usage of the property, an income from rental, then in all these cases, if the Supreme Court so decides, entire rental service tax on rental and GST on rental will go out. That's going to be a very, very important decision. I'm very sure that if such a decision is taken, probably the Supreme Court will also invoke the doctrine of prospective overruling. What do you mean by doctrine of prospective overruling? That means if the Supreme Court, let's take a situation where to hold that rent can suffer only state taxes, not central taxes. It will say for the past period, we will not disturb if it is collected. For the future period, it will go. That is called doctrine of prospective overruling, and is a very important concept that can be used only by the Supreme Court. Even the high courts cannot invoke the doctrine of prospective overruling. Only the Supreme Court can invoke this doctrine. This is another important issue which I find is going to be decided in the future when our Supreme Court takes it up. There is one area where I have always felt that the government is not responding adequately. That is the area of input tax credit. I believe that over a period of time, the government wants to tighten this input tax credit mechanism so much that if tax is not paid on the front, the supplier's front, or he does not upload his documents, the recipient will not be able to take credit. And this is what the government has been doing. 16(2)AA, 16(2)C, so many, all these amendments which are coming about, my dear friends, is to tighten the screw on input tax credit. Already in the context of the VAT legislations, Delhi High Court, the Madras High Court, and to a limited extent in the GST also, the Madras High Court did touch this issue. They have held that a person who receives the invoice is in no stage to tell the provider of services to pay the tax. I'll give you a simple example. Let us assume that I have got an invoice from Mr. Tarun Gupta. Let me put it this way. I have given an invoice to Mr. Tarun Gupta. He takes the credit. I neither pay the tax nor do I upload the invoices, but Mr. Tarun Gupta has given the entire amount to me, including taxes. What is it that Mr. Tarun Gupta can do? Can he force me to pay taxes or upload the invoices? There's no way he can do it. All that he can do is write a few letters and say, why don't you do this? Or stop purchasing from me. But as far as the past transactions are concerned, if I don't pay the tax, if I don't upload the invoices, what is it that he can do? There's nothing he can do. So therefore, section 16(2)AA and 16(2)C, we have challenged it in several high courts. 16(2)C as saying that you can't insist unless we two are hand in glove. Where he does not pay me the tax, I also don't pay the tax, I run away. We are telling this only to the courts. What we are telling is this, and this is how stay also was given in Karnataka High Court. I only said this. Lordships will note that doctrine of impossibility is a principle well known to law. It is impossible for Tarunji to twist my arm to pay the tax or upload the invoices. I can't be forced to do so. I have done what all I have to do. Tarunji is already done. He has paid the tax money to me. This man has refused to pay it. And it is not that the department is helpless. I am helpless. I can't do anything. But the department is not helpless. They can recover the tax from him under 73 or 74, as the case may be. They can go under 79. They have the wherewithal to recover a tax. And if you have shown it in his return, 7512 says you can attach the, you can go for recovery directly without following procedures in 73 and 74, as it seems to me. Department has its remedies available. If a person who supplies goods or services and issues invoices does not upload, does not pay tax, There are several methods of getting the amount out of him. And that is that the GST law itself lays down. But there is no method by which the recipient can do anything. And therefore, in my humble view, these provisions of law, I think in the government should also think about it. Now that they're getting 1,40,000, 1,50,000 crores, these kind of provisions which threaten a recipient, I don't think should be there in the statute. They should go. Or they should be toned down to say this. These provisions can be invoked only when both the recipient and supplier are hand in glove with each other in evading or avoiding taxes. So that is my view as far as 16.2 AA and 16.2 C is concerned. In fact, the amendments that they have proposed to all this section 38, etc., I don't think, is the right way to go ahead and force the recipient's hands to try and recover when he is in no position to recover these taxes at all. There is no way that he can recover the taxes. So it is impossible for him to do so. I think on this count, I think the government should be a little more flexible. Then we come to probably one of the issues which is going to be challenged in the near future again, the insertion of section 7.1 AA, the supply definition, and whether association and clubs are now required to pay taxes or not. My views are very clear on that. Having had the benefit of being one of the counsels who argued this case in the Supreme Court, Calcutta Club's case, it was my privilege and I was lucky to have been argued this in the company of stalwarts who were there, who were also arguing before me and after me. The proposition in law, I believe, has not been fully understood by the government. And I can't blame them because it has gone through so many iterations, in understanding. To put it shortly, what was the case? The case was that in Young Men's India Association, members club which supplies, which may procure goods, for example, and give to the members, or procure services and gives to the members. Can they be bought to tax, was the question. Supposing I procure some food for the members and give it to them, or drinks or whatever it is. Can you tax this activity? Was the question. The Supreme Court said no, because on the principle that principal and agent can't be taxed, because the agent does what the principal wants him to do. In this case, the association is simply the agent of the principal who are the members. Nothing more, nothing less. So they brought about a constitutional amendment, Article 366, 29A. They inserted a clause E. In spite of this insertion, matters went back to the Supreme Court. That is the Calcutta Club's case. In sales tax, it went. In service tax, the Gujarat High Court and other high courts had taken a view that members to, members and association inter se, there is nothing like they're different, they're the same. And therefore, there can't be a tax flowing between them. So those matters also went to the Supreme Court. And they were argued all together. Seniors from across the country had come. We were also there. At that time, I was not designated as a senior. I am now designated. But we, about 8-10 of us argued this matter over 3 days. It was not a single day or 2-hour affair. 3 days. We went on a Tuesday morning and we finished it on Thursday evening. 3 full days before a 3-bench. This was argued. The reasons given by the Supreme Court is this. The Constitution Amendment talks of consideration. When they say consideration, there should be 2 parties. And if there is only 1 party, there is no question of 2 parties in a principal and agent. They procure services. What they mean is this. Supposing I want to procure certain security services as member. I tell my association, you procure the security services. Association procures the security services as an agent of the members. Association pays service tax to the security agency. The association is not rendering any services to the members. This is what we said. I will pay the association money and in turn association will be disbursing it for so many purposes. I am the principal, association is an agent. They do what I tell them to do. That's all, simple. There's no question of principal and agent being taxed in this. That is the case. Supreme Court fortunately agreed with us, saying that neither in sales tax nor in service tax, this is contemplated. So 7(1) AA is introduced because what happened was they wanted to tax these transactions without fully getting the implication of it. There can be a tax in GST only if there is a supply between the association and the members. Association members, members to association. There should be a supply. If there is no supply, there is no tax. So 7(1) AA, as it stands today, will apply only for inter-se transactions. Inter-se transactions between the members and the association. So if there are notices now going to be issued to associations and members who are especially members club, we should understand this. In Calcutta Club's case, it was confined to members club. It's not confined to independent clubs which run and charge outsiders also. It is not that. It is meant only for members clubs. For example, flat associations. For example, clubs which are formed by, let us say all the old men in an area get together and form a club for their own entertainment. These are called members clubs. These are not open to outsiders and this kind of setup. This applies to those kind of associations and clubs. So therefore, fundamentally, you may ask a question. Fine, as far as associations are concerned, the exemption has been issued. Up to 7,500 or whatever it is, it's exempt, and more than that and other things. But I am not on this. I am on this fundamental principle that you can't tax through an exemption notification. If it is taxable by the statute, it is taxable. Then only you go to the exemption notification. If it is not at all taxable at the statute, the question of saying that I am exempting you, exemption presupposes a tax. So what is the government trying to do? They issue an exemption notification and say that tax is already there. No. As far as associations and members clubs are concerned, I believe that the Calcutta Club case has still force. What is only overridden is the inter-se transactions between the two, if there is a supply there. So to that extent, this matter again will have to be fought out before the courts of law. And let me tell you one thing, there should be no, if we should not fight shy of going to writ courts. In the absence of a proper structure today, we have the adjudicating authorities, the first appeals. There is no second appellate mechanism. The tribunal is not there today. It's yet to be constituted. It becomes difficult for us to proceed and prosecute matters. In fact, the high courts themselves say in the absence of a tribunal, the pressure on them is so high. That also should be understood. At the same time, when constitutional validity matters are challenged, they can be challenged only in a constitutional court. And the importance of challenging this is not only to set the law right, but also for both the sides to understand what the GST law is and how much can it stretch. The limits have to be drawn. For example, I will give you a simple example. We have across the country notices being issued, taking the 26A statement. Notices are issued to the assessees saying there is income of 1 crore is reported, but your GST or your 3B shows only 30 lakhs. Balance 70 lakhs will be brought to tax. Notices issued. Now you have two ways of doing it. Replying to the notice. You reply, adjudicating authority passes an order. He demands 70 lakhs from you. You go in first appeal, you have to pay 10% of it, 7 lakhs. After that, you go to the High Court. That is one way of doing it. Another way of looking at it is, can a GST authority to whom 3B returns have already been filed assess based on the income tax returns? That is the question which I asked the High Court. I said, you are welcome to assess it as per your 3B. You are welcome. There's no issues on it. But relying on income tax data which is provided, and straight away you bring to tax assessees without analyzing what is the difference between the two. Is this correct? There are several judgments of the Supreme Court, one of which I will quote, Halima Zubair's case. I think it is reported in 13 STR. There, the Supreme Court says, Justice Sinha wrote this judgment relying on certain old decisions in the income tax and sales tax. If you find undisclosed income, for example, you can bring it to tax under the Income Tax Act. But to presume that it is on account of sale of goods is wrong. So sales tax authorities cannot automatically bring such an income to tax. It could be something else. You could bring it to income tax. You can't bring it automatically to tax under the sales tax legislation. Why? Because under a sales tax legislation, I have to prove, first of all, there is sale of goods. Likewise, in the GST legislation, I have to prove, first of all, that there is a supply of goods or supply of services. When I say I have to prove, this is the department which has to prove. If there is no supply of goods or supply of services, the question of attracting a GST tax doesn't arise. For example, somebody was asking what happens intricacy between partners and their transactions. Can a partner's remuneration be brought to tax under GST, for example? Let us say, supposing income tax recover raids a partner and finds undisclosed income. If you were to say, by any chance, that it is profit, then it opens a Pandora's box under income tax. But automatically saying that it arose out of transactions relating to supply of goods or services is a difficult thing to do, because there are several transactions, several incomes which are not subjected to GST at all. I have put some income in my, some FDs, and I get income from interest. You can't subject that to GST. I have given loans to somebody and I'm getting interest from those loans. You can't subject that to GST. Like this, you have the transactions vary. In fact, the Madras High Court itself said, when they quashed these notices, Madras High Court said, the basis of charging tax in income tax and GST are significantly different. If it is so, blindly issuing notices and confirming these taxes is invalid. I believe that all these notices which have been issued under 26, of course, in several high courts, we have got a stay on this matter. That's a different issue. Fact of the matter is that the department is not even inquiring. I will tell you a reason of what they're doing. If supposing my income disparity is account of the fact that there is a RCM, I'll give an example. Let us assume that I am rendering services of manpower security to Mrs. Shivani. I am rendering these services. Now, Mrs. Shivani will be discharging the tax on reverse charge. What will happen? I will have an income of 1 crore, but I would not have been paying taxes at all under GST, because by GST, the levy, the liability is shifted to the body corporate, which is in this case Mrs. Shivani. The body corporate is paying the tax. So obviously my 26A's income, which shows 1 crore, and my GSTR 3B, which shows nothing or only services to individuals, is the only forward charge. There will be a substantial difference. If you bring me to tax, it will amount to double taxation. And I argued this in another context, in Zaita Constructions. We had argued this matter. It's a very interesting case, because this case is reported in the TIOL and other publications. I said once a tax is discharged by the recipient, rightly or wrongly, you can't collect the tax from me again. This is a case where, let me tell you, the ratio in manpower security was changed on, I think, in April 2015. Till that time, it was 50-50, 75-25. Then got changed to 0-100. But I continued to pay the tax 50-50. 50-50 taxation was continued. When 50-50 taxation was continued, the department said, maybe I have collected the 100% tax, but I'm sorry, the recipient was liable to pay 100%, so I will collect the balance 50 from the recipient. If you want, you go for refund. So when I took this to the High Court, I said, if the government has collected 100% of its taxes, just because I did not adhere to the ratio, 50-50 or 75-25, it doesn't give it a right to collect taxes. And both the single judge and the division bench agreed with me and said, once tax is collected by government, don't bother about ratio. If tax is not collected, yes, you have to bother about it. But once tax is collected, then don't go back to either of them and demand this tax. It's a very important decision even for us in the GST regime, because there are several cases where, they change this ratio. But assessees don't know, they don't follow the law as we are supposed to do. And they continue to pay the tax in their own way. So in such cases, you can still argue before a court of law, especially constitutional courts. You can argue that the tax having been paid cannot be demanded again and again from the others. I don't know if I still have some time. If I do have some time, you please tell me. I can discuss certain other issues also. Otherwise, I will leave it to the floor to ask me questions. I can answer that questions too.
Yes, sir. So thank you so much for your wonderful deliberation. We never have enough of you. So I think that's a very dangerous question to ask, because none of us would want to leave you. And honestly, once you speak, we have like a barrage of questions which have already flowed in. And for the paucity of time, sir, since the next session will start at 4:15, with your permission, I'm quickly going to ask you a few questions.
Yes, yes.
Which have been asked by the audience. Now, some of them are very big, sir, in terms of please enlarge on section 16.4. So just a caveat to the audience, for the paucity of time, we are just taking up the very important questions which have been put on the chat box and have been sent on personal chat to me. So there is one participant who asks that now that there is a embargo, that whatever appears in the 2B, only that can be utilized as or availed as ITC. So his question is, can one approach the court on this matter?
Yeah, you should be approaching the court on this matter. You must do it, because there is no way you can be forced to be denied a credit for no fault of yours. So you must approach the court on this.
So the next question was, so you spoke about the clubs and you spoke at length about the judgment of the Calcutta Club as well. So speaking of today, ever since the amendment has been brought in, so is there is no such concept of paying under protest, but is there something that the clubs who are choosing to pay GST right now for the sake of not getting into litigation, is
Correct.
there a declaration or something?
There's no concept of payment under protest.
Right.
There is the 233B that was there in the Central Excise rules is no more there. In fact, so in that case, you can't even you may write a letter of protest and file it with them. But fact of the matter is that refund claims will come under section 54.
Right.
But there is one thing, if it is struck down as unconstitutional, you can rely on, I think, Mafatlal Industries case, 1997-92 ELT, that case where the 9-bench says, if a levy is struck down as unconstitutional, then the limitation under the act will not apply.
Okay.
Your concern will be that 54, I will have to file the refund claims within 2 years.
Right.
The other thing is that if the club has passed it on to the member, then it's only the member who can file the refund claim. Because
doctrine of unjust enrichment apply in such cases? Or I mean, can there be an internal, because there'll be so many of them, so for all of them to come together and file the refund may be like a tedious task.
This is exactly what sought to be achieved by this. Because individual claims, nobody will come for a claim of 1 lakh or 2 lakhs.
Exactly.
So this is what is sought to be achieved by this.
So the next question is, so you spoke briefly or you made a mention about the, various reforms, etc. by this council meeting, which are very pro-business. One such was notification 13, wherein they are talking about excluding a certain period from the calculation of the period of refund under section 54, which is the period of the 1st of March 20 to the 28th of February 2022.
Yes.
So in cases where a refund application was made and it was denied on the ground of, being outside the period of limitation, now that this particular notification has come, so is there any way the cases which were adjudicated or handled by the commissioner appeal, etc., can be reopened? Because is there a recourse for such an assessee?
See, it's like this. Let us assume that the commissioner appeals has passed an order.
Mm-hmm.
Have you gone further with that order, or has it attained finality?
Right.
Now, if it has attained finality, the only recourse for you will be to proceed with the writ court. You have to go to a writ court and specifically state that denial of refund in such cases to me because of a subsequent circular or amendment which has come about now will create two classes of people. One who have just woken up and are taking the refunds because it's within 2 years, and one who are diligent in fighting and they have lost this. Though they are diligent, they didn't have the benefit of this. So in my view, you must approach the writ court and all this. It will be a matter of interpretation, no doubt. But in my view, the refund ought to have been given, because you can't, discriminate between two sets of people and then take shelter under the fact that a appealable order is passed, but you have not appealed. It has attained finality. That way, I think you should be able to make out a good and convincing case. You must do it.
Right. So do you see anything coming up in case of the block credits as far as construction related services and goods are concerned for people who pretty much use this on their own account, for example, builders of malls, etc.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
despite
See, the matter is actually listed in the Supreme Court and it's not coming up on board. Probably when it comes up on board, we will have to argue over there, the safari retreats, which the department has taken it there. We will have to argue that matter at length and try to convince the Supreme Court that the decision of the Orissa High Court is in line with the principles in GST. There's nothing that they see. This is a one-step theory. This one-step theory should not work.
Right.
If you're one step away from, I pay tax on building, it should remain as a building when I pay a tax, is a completely wrong notion which comes out of the department's understanding. I could pay GST on the rental also, which is what is happening.
Right.
Value addition can happen at any, in the chain anywhere. So I believe that the safari is a good decision. May not have been worded elaborately, but the content of the decision the thinking is correct.
So one last question before we close. So in fact, I've taken this question to a learned speaker from the session which was held prior to you regarding the summons being issued to the MD, etc. And he did express his views at large, but because his session ended, just one last question as a carry forward. So in cases where the MDs, etc., harassed, for the lack of a better term, by the department to appear and the MD chooses not to, so what recourse does such a person have in terms of such harassment being put into an end, or is the High Court the only way out, or for the smaller assessees, you think there is some other way out which is provided within the statute itself?
See, the statute only provides certain things.
No, they ask today to appear tomorrow, and then it's like an unending spree of letters coming in.
Please understand one thing. Any assessee, whether small or big, has to be given reasonable time. Point number one. Point number two, if he is not able to appear on account of some reason, the time can be asked by the assessee, however small he is, and the department will have to give the time. There's no question of them fixing a date and then telling you if you don't appear, it will be, assume that you're in default and etc. and other things. That can happen if, say, he's issued 5 summons and he doesn't turn up at all. Yes, no doubt. 3, there is enough number of literature, decisions, circulars, etc., which says, do not issue the summons directly to the managing director or chairman or directors. Enough literature is there on this. Only the person who's responsible for that function will have to attend. And let me make this clear to you, and to assessees especially. I tell them, if you have, it's perfectly all right to rely on all these circulars. But if you send a man who does not know anything on GST, he will blabber something which will land you into problems. So please send somebody who knows GST first. And then if that man does not know, it is better for the higher ups to attend and clarify the position, because I find many a case being booked because of wrong, answers to summons. And the other thing is, please look at who has issued the summons. Please look at your jurisdiction to tax. This is a very important concept. In fact, I have a matter pending in the Bombay High Court at Goa, where I have challenged that the summons stage itself. have challenged the provisions of Section 70 and the jurisdiction of officers to issue this kind of summons indiscriminately, calling for records when I'm being assessed. See, this one thing I have never understood in this GST law. I fail to understand. The implementation is that I am assessed to tax under a particular, with a particular officer. Can you tell that somebody from DGGI is now empowered to issue me summons, and he will come and he will ask 100 questions, and then he will do exactly what an assessing officer should do? This is a very important aspect. What I'm telling you is, as far as small assessees and others are concerned, there is one way to approach it. Go for the summons, whatever documents they want, you give it. But do it when you're sure about the matter, and when, if you take one or two adjournments, it's not fatal. There's nothing wrong with it. You approach it practically.
Right, sir. So thank you very, very much, sir. I'll just end your session with 2 lines, which really suit your stature and your deliberation. You know, it's said that you make a living by what you get and you make a life by what you give. Thank you so much for always rendering so much of knowledge, information, at least for chartered accountants like us. It's really something we learn a lot from and aspire to be someone like you in our future. Thank you so much, sir. With these very few words, I'd like to bring an end to your session, and I would like to share any memento from ACAE for you, and I'll quickly just share my screen. And once again, a big thank you for being around, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, sir. With this, I believe, Tarun, you're around. Can I hand over the—
Yes. Yes. Thank you so much.
Right.
Thank you, Shivani. Thank you so much for the wonderful moderation, and thank you, sir, for, as usual, sir, your wonderful speech and bringing out so many issues that we all are facing in our day-to-day lives with respect to GST. Sir, if you can stay back for the panel discussion also, it will be very good. So we can also, you can also hear some of our panelists speaking on some of the important issues of GST in the last 5 years that have come up, and some of the expectations. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. With these, I will now request our co-convener, CA Neeraj Harodia, to please take it over from here and introduce our panelists and the moderator. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tarunji, for giving me this opportunity. Tarunji, Khalid sir is there?
At
Khalid
5,
sir,
I think he's joined.
Khalid sir is actually in a meeting with the ACS sir and minister sir. So
Okay.
he has sent me a text that he will join at 5 o'clock.
Okay. So in today's panel discussion, we have Shri Khalid Aziz Anwar Sahab, IS Commissioner, West Bengal, and he also holds charge of Director Treasuries and Accounts and Directorate of Revenue Intelligence. Prior to this, he also held the post of Commissioner of Excise West Bengal. He's a member of GST Law Committee, IT Grievances Redressal Committee, and GST Fitment Committee. He is a member of GST team, which has been awarded the PM Award of Excellence in Public Administration. So we will hear him out when he joins us at 5 p.m. Our next panel speaker is Shri Mohan Krishna Nasti, Senior Vice President and Head Indirect Tax with Lupin Limited, a transitional pharmaceutical company headquartered in Mumbai, and its products sold in over 100 countries across the globe. He comes with a unique blend of experience, having worked with the revenue department in consulting environment with a Big Four consulting firm and in a multinational enterprise. Being on the national tax committees of various industries bodies, he plays a key role in advocacy matters and in formulation of sustainable government policies. Our next panel speaker is CA Pramod Gupta. Pramod Gupta sir is accomplished finance and operation leaders with proven capabilities in managing rapid growth as well as turnaround, while keeping a keen eye on governance and organizational development. He comes with a well-rounded experience spanning a range of responsibility in industries and geographies in top organizations, listed and unlisted, well-established as well as startup In addition to CFO roles for over 15 years in South and Southeast Asia, he has managed business, boards, investor, participated in M&A, fundraise, equity market transaction, and handled operation responsibility for IT and supply chain. Our next panel speaker is Shri Sanjib Kothari. Sir is chairman of MSME Council of Merchant Chamber of Commerce and Industry. He's past president of Indian Chemical Merchant and Manufacturer Association. He's also chairman of ICAI Chemical Park Cluster. Is at present treasurer of Murshidabad Heritage Development Society. And today this panel discussion will be moderated by Advocate Abhishek A Rastogi. So we have already heard him in the beginning of this session. So I'm again introducing him in a very short word. He's a SRCC graduate and a CA, a dynamic lawyer. So before joining as a partner in Khaitan in 2016, his experience of 16 years with PwC and EY. He's a prolific speaker to regularly feature in prime business news channels such as ET Now, CNBC, J Business. Over the last couple of years, he has featured more than 300 times in prominent business dailies. So with this, I welcome all of you, sir, on behalf of ACAE, Association of Corporate Advisor and Executives. I think this is a wonderful panel we have created, and the topic of this panel discussion is also very interesting. Today in 2022, we are completing 5 years of GST, so hits and misses. So now I hand over the proceedings to moderator of this session, Advocate Abhishek Rastogi. Sir, please.
Thank you so much for that introduction. And I think it's an honor and privilege for me to moderate this session with my esteemed panelist guests. I think we have spoken in last 2 hours quite a bit about what has gone to the code. We as advocates have, argued a lot of these matters on different diverse issues which have gone to the code. But I think it is important today to have the views of the expert panelists because they come with diverse background. And I think going on to the other side, it will be much more interesting to analyze those aspects which probably we are seeing only from the constitutional lens or from the advocacy lens. So with that background, let me come straight to you, Mohan. You have been a veteran and you are known as an expert of indirect taxes, and you have seen literally a lot of these discussions, boardroom discussions and discussions on make or break of these transactions with respect to tax impact. So with these 5 years now, and with dust settling a bit with respect to the initial phase, the initial transitional phase, and people were calling it a disruption, basically a disruption when you are moving into the new system. But how would you see these 5 years? And do you think that there is any scope on any fundamental aspect which needs any change?
Sure. Thank you, Abhishek. I'm really excited to be here, this evening with all of you. And it's a privilege to share the panel with the other panelists. Thank you so much for having me, ACAI. And looking at GST in hindsight, it has been touted and considered to be the biggest tax reform in independent India. There is no taking away from that. That is a fact. The only thing is, besides being a tax reform, it has created changes in so many things all across. So if you look at the political scenario, we have seen how the law itself has come in, the GST law, the word cooperative federalism, how the state and central came together to bring this piece of legislation into force. So that was something that has happened. We still continue to see the political impact when we look at the cess and how the remuneration needs to go to the states, how they need to be compensated for the loss in revenue, etc. Then you have the whole economic impact in terms of the tax to GDP ratio. We are seeing how the tax base is getting expanded. We are looking at a higher contribution of taxes to the exchequer, etc. So that is the big economic impact as well of GST. Then we also have, besides the impact on businesses in terms of how we have been accustomed to do compliances under tax. Hitherto before to GST, it used to be that we used to file, let's say, monthly returns for manufacture of goods. Those were the excise returns. For sale of goods, there was a sales tax, a VAT, CST return. For services, there was a biannual return, or return to be filed 6 monthly basis. From there, moving now to practically a real-time transaction reporting system that we are there under the e-invoicing system is a major drastic change which the businesses are getting accustomed to. And if you look at it, there is also a significant cultural impact that is happening in terms of how we look at our compliances as businesses, and the same cultural benefit in terms of the tax administrators, because the way they do their audits, investigations is going to undergo a significant change. So, you know, if we look back in hindsight, I think, yes, it's been a great, wonderful 5 years. A lot of good has been done. Things could have probably been done better, some of the aspects. There is still many more things that are left wanting on the table. Probably we'll discuss during the course of this discussion.
No, I'll come back to you, Mohan, but I think you have raised very important aspect with respect to the political aspect of it and the cooperative federalism. We all have been speaking about cooperative federalism. One important information which I want to share is that we did that research that in most of these countries wherein GST was implemented, the government did not come back after the elections, but which was an exception in India. So I would not want to, but that's an interesting finding. India is one of these countries wherein the government has come back after the GST rollout. So I think from that perspective, but yes, very important point with respect to the tax GDP ratio. We are today witnessing the tax buoyancy is improving significantly. The compliances are becoming better. And I think with that background, it will be very interesting to take views of Mr. Kothari, because he represents today the sector which may not have all the means. So we have seen that in last 5 years, the endeavor of the government has been to give a lot of these compliance related benefits to the MSME sector. I think it will be fair for us not to, talk too much about it, but maybe hear his views that how is this sector, the MSME sector, is looking at this new tax system, the compliance related challenges. Do they feel that the system is adequate for them, or do they feel that there are IT hassles, or are there hassles with respect to understanding of the new law? So I think, Mr. Kothari, with that background, how is the MSME sector feeling about this entire new system?
Thank you, Advocate Rastogi sir. It is really wonderful having the discussions here and joined as a panelist. Coming back to the GST in the last 5 years, especially for the MSMEs, as you said, the compliance, that is becoming a real headache for us, especially for the MSME sectors. IT tools are not that handy for the MSMEs, real sense MSMEs. I'm not talking about the modern definition of MSMEs where you have the 250 crores turnover also coming under the purview. I'm talking of the real MSMEs in the micro and small sector enterprises. The introduction of e-invoicing has definitely been a game changer, and it will be interesting to see how this e-invoice percolate down to the MSME sector, because now where the turnover cap has been fixed at 20 crores for this year, I hope that by next year it will definitely be brought down to certain other levels, say 5 crores or something like that. During that regime, it will be interesting to see how MSME can fare and cope up with the real-time invoicing system. It's not that easy, keeping in mind the internet connectivity issues in different parts of the interior. Say I'm talking of West Bengal, it is interior West Bengal. It is really a troublesome job getting real-time internet connectivity, and there are other issues also, because the movement of goods has been restricted, and the movement of goods mostly take place during the night hours. So it is again a big challenge where the e-invoicing system will definitely pose a problem. And coming about, the GST has evolved in a more or less satisfactory manner, apart from a lot of notifications and circulars during the last 5 years.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you tax practitioners or the CAs find it difficult to go through, and it is definitely a very strong and difficult phase for the MSMEs to understand real implications.
Right.
That is one nation, one tax and seamless flow of credit, but it is really seamless. It is not evolving in that way, because there are issues where say the current notifications and circular which has been come in 6th of July, there are certain issues which has been brought under the retrospective effects. And above all, when the GST was introduced, it was said that it will be initial stages will be little relaxed and people will not be penalized, not be taxed for their little bit laxes. But we find that notices are being served for small time mistakes or delay in filing of return for certain period, small period, and the buyer had now been penalized. And the penalty figures out, at a hoping 1.5% per month from the date of those till the compliance date. So that's a real big issue. These are the challenges which I think, apart from the IT system, these are challenges which is bogging down a little bit of MSMEs.
So I think overall, what you intend to mention is about the ease of doing business. And that will lead my question to Mr. Gupta. But I think you have raised some very important aspects. But when we have observed most of these announcements in the GST Council meet and the aftermath of that GST Council meet, every time we feel, that there are a lot of announcements for small players, for whether it could be related to composition schemes or compliance relaxations or e-invoicing relaxations. So I think what message is being given is that the government is ready to adapt or create exceptions with respect to small players. Now, having that in mind, I think I'll come back to you again with respect to that aspect. But let me get views of Mr. Gupta, because Mr. Gupta, he is himself been involved in a lot of these financial activities, global perspective. He has himself been a CFO and he has done a lot of these M&A transactions, etc. So, Mr. Gupta, my question to you is like this. With 5 years of GST, and when certainly we are talking about ease of doing business, having a better, robust compliance system, avoiding tax leakages, how would you see this tax change from the global perspective? So from global investors' perspective, about the view which the foreign investors have about India, the ease of doing business here in India, and so on and so forth. What is your take about that?
Thank you so much, Advocate Rastogi, and thank you, Tarun, for making me a part of this session. I'm truly excited to be a part of this session. Having said that, amongst this entire assembly of very, very, high-level tax experts, and Mohan is has been in revenue side as well as in Big Four, and now handling, for Lupin, global taxation. In this assembly, I feel like a bit of a babe in the woods, because I'm the least expert in this entire thing. But the way I look at it is that tax is an important part of a CFO function. It's not the entire part of CFO function, but it's an important part of CFO function. And the entire business, while there are, of course, business considerations, strategic considerations, overall yield considerations, customer considerations, but tax also does become a very, very important part of consideration. I remember in 2008 when, first time the GST was announced. Was it 2008 or 2009? I think sometime when
2008, yeah.
2008.
The first task force discussion paper came.
Yeah, then I had gone on CNBC along with Mr. Satya Podar of EY. When the whole thing was the way the moderator announced was that there is no rate, no date, but we have a GST. So now, after 9 years,
and then it unfortunately did not come at all.
Yeah. So ultimately, it did the very fact that, and I have been watching, from the sidelines for 9 years, how it evolved, the political slugfest into that, the change of regime, then finally in 2017 when it came in, the hurry with which it came in. So it's been a very fascinating and interesting journey of it coming in. But now that 5 years have passed, I think it is a significant simplification of the tax regime in the country. I mean, as we have also heard in the previous session and across the panelists, there are glitches, there are issues that need to be taken care of. There are, things that have to be, that are being done, but further need to be done for MSME sector. And then there is a overreach from the DRI and that, that revenue intelligence and all of these things. I have also been part of organizations where there's overreach. We have seen the impact of that. There are issues that we have to take care of on the transitional credit, which is still not being given to people. There are issues in terms of the advanced ruling authorities, giving sometimes a non-practical, ruling, and there is not even a, appellate, recourse to that, and the appellate bodies have not yet been constituted. So therefore, there are things, enormous number of things that need to get done. But if I was to look at an overarching, play, I think it is a very significant simplification. It is a significant step towards one nation, one market. It is a significant step towards ease of business. It is, as you also told Advocate Rastogi, that it is leading to tax buoyancy. It is leading to plugging of leakages. The whole e-invoicing and e-way bill. Of course, there are a lot of practical issues. I mean, I have seen the month end when we wanted to do our sales targets, and the e-way bill is not getting generated, or the IRN is not getting generated. So the kind of anxieties that it gives. But having said all of that, I think net it's something which is a significant step towards ease of doing business. It is something that a very significantly higher level of technology use. There are further glitches that have to be taken care of, but the analytics and combined with the tax, the income tax and the GST. Now, truly, the income tax and the GST, now that unlike in the VAT regime, when you just had to declare your sales, etc., and there was no input tax credit. So the way now GST has to get integrated with the operating systems of an organization. If you do not have a transaction level control on your GST, on the indirect tax transactions, you have a big issue coming ahead either in terms of being able to take input tax credit, or even being subjected to demands when the assessments, etc., take place. So I'm net very, very positive about the things that have come up. There is more work to be done, but net very, very positive.
Yeah, I think good point which you made is about you are very, very clear that it has led to simplification. And I think today, if the government learns from industry that it has moved towards simplification, I think it is acknowledging the efforts. But I must also acknowledge the efforts of this government, and must acknowledge that why this became success in 2017 is also because of the fact that after 2014, there was a lot of innovative thinking which happened. When in 2008, the first discussion paper came, and even till 2012, when the negative list of services come, why this GST was in doldrums? Because the corporate federalism was not designed. The IGST system, which is the innovative thought under this model, was implemented only after a lot of brainstorming which happened in 2014 and 15. And hence, because of those billions of transactions which are getting now routed through the GST network, I think today we are in this system where, you yourself admit today that, Mr. Gupta, the system has led to more simplification. If you in fact see the rating which India has today in terms of ease of doing business, it has significantly improved in last 5 to 7 years. So I think the credit must go to all stakeholders. But I think with that background, and you mentioned about two important aspects related to transitional credits and authorities of advanced ruling. I think there I have an observation. Authorities for advanced ruling, we certainly feel that there must be a better way to approach to these authorities for advanced ruling. And for a fact that you cannot have completely representatives from the revenue today. Even if we see the tribunal members, there are judicial members and technical members without any linkage to the revenue. So I think from that perspective, could there be a better way for composition with respect to advanced ruling, especially the appellate forum of advanced ruling, so that there are more balanced rulings which are coming. We feel today, and we may be wrong from that perspective, but the feeling is like this, and you raised a very fundamental question, how these advanced ruling are giving these, most of these are coming in a pro-revenue way. And of course, when we know for a fact that there are no appellate tribunals today, the matters are going to the court, and there is lesser of tax consistency, which is happening at the advanced ruling level. So what are the remedies? You also mentioned about a very important aspect with respect to transitional credit. And we have gone to court with a lot of such issues with respect to transitional credits, those time periods prescribed and transitional credit rights, non-filling of information in Trans 1. Brand equity is the decision. It is one of the Bennett Coleman Times Group company, which has become a landmark decision, because for the first time under the GST Act, three important aspects were addressed by Delhi High Court, and it was my honor and privilege to argue that matter before Delhi High Court, in which one important aspect is that my transitional credit is my vested right. Second, in terms of the period, the Limitation Act comes into play, and it could not, the period could not be prescribed by way of delegated legislation, by way of rules. So these are some fundamental changes which have happened due to judicial review. With that background, I think I would, my question would be to Mohan, that Mohan, you have been part of a lot of these board meetings, and taxation system and major tax impact are questions which are raised very, very frequently in board meetings and decision-making process. Our question is with respect to these tax controversies, which are not getting resolved either due to not much of faith in the advanced ruling system, or lack of appellate provision, which Mr. Gupta mentioned, non-formation of tribunals. Now, in light of those controversies, or in light of those tax certainties, do you think that companies today are following, the big companies, of course, are following much more conservative view and are paying taxes, wherein, they still feel that this could be an issue where the tax may not be payable, but they want to be more conservative because they have lesser faith on advanced ruling or the appellate mechanism and so on and so forth? So that is part one of the question. And the related part of the question is that if summons are issued to top management for those issues, how are these seen by the board?
Yeah, sure. So, when we talk about hits and misses of GST, probably one of the top misses of the government would be in terms of the dispute resolution mechanism that is in place. One, as you rightly said, the advanced ruling mechanism is not giving the desired output that is there. There should have been some sort of a national body which will sort of resolve controversial issues when different ARs speak different language. This is one, and definitely the second one, with no appellate tribunals to go through, is a big deterrent in terms of getting justice, or rather justice getting delayed. And in the process, what is happening is we are forced to go to courts. The courts are already burdened. We are burdening them with more and more writs and more cases going up to courts. So this is what is typically happening, and it is expected now that there is a special committee which has been constituted for for drawing up the framework for appellate tribunals. I think it's a long time overdue. 5 years it has taken to sort of set up a committee to do this, but hopefully it will come in now. Coming to your specific query with regards to whether large companies are becoming conservative and trying to err on the other side in terms of saying, okay, let's pay the taxes and stop disputing it because there is no proper dispute mechanism. This is certainly happening, more so because of the kind of I would say, the disposition of some of the investigation authorities. For example, we have the issue with regards to notional transactions. Let us say we in a head office here in Mumbai, and we have operations across the country. Now, because of the deeming provisions which are there, each entity in each of the states is considered to be a different person under GST law. And now they say that, being here in the corporate office, me as a tax head here, I'm providing services to all the other 29 states across India. And so my salary needs to be cross-charged to them. Now, this is a disputable matter. When I'm an employee of a particular company headquartered in your state, I'm also an employee of GSTians across India.
Yeah.
So, does it really make sense? But because of the high-handed behavior, I wouldn't say always, but yes, in many cases of the investigating authorities, many companies have decided to go ahead and start paying taxes, even on employee salaries, and start cross-charging. So definitely this is a trend that we are seeing. Companies are saying, instead of going, because if I go to advance ruling, I'm not certain of getting a favorable judgment, because as you rightly said, they're headed by the departmental officials, a joint commissioner or a commissioner, and it's very difficult to expect a fair sort of a judgment or a reasonable judgment. So this is definitely happening. And coming to your second, sorry, I missed your second
summons. How summons are being reacted.
Oh my. Yeah. Summons is a very, very difficult, touchy subject, I would say. We have been seeing that summons, the investigation authorities have not stopped by giving summons to, let us say, a person overseas tax. It used to be that way. Earlier, summons used to go to, let's say, the central excise head or to a VAT head or somebody like that. And today, they do not stop there. The first level summons is of probably a junior tax officer, then it goes to a tax head, then there's a CFO. There have been summons issued even to the CEOs and MDs in certain large corporates, which is definitely not a desirable sort of a trend. See, because one thing is, CFOs or the board members, they really do not know the nitty-gritty of the business, or they do not understand the tax laws or the nuances thereof. So they may not be the right people to summon and ask them specific technical questions on tax.
Right.
Now, the good thing is that, in the recent GST 47 GST Council meet, and subsequent to that, there have been press notes that there is a SOP being framed by the government in terms of how summons should be issued, to whom it should be issued, etc. So no, I think the industry is awaiting this very eagerly to see what sort of relief it gives. And, there should be a definite procedure in terms of how summons is done. Not only that, in terms of how investigations are done, because on the same issue, we see multiple investigation agencies across states sending summons or, letters. So that is very undesirable. So we hope that, things will streamline. This SOP would help in the due course. Yes.
I think, Mohan, you raised a very important aspect with respect to charging these cross charges to your different registrations. And I think today the big corporates are also facing the issue with respect to trade name and logo, and how that valuation is to be done. Is it to be done at cost plus 10%? Whether credit is available, credit is not available, what remains the value? So I think a couple of these issues are very important. Do you have any sense or take with respect to the cross charge or the usage of the brand name or logo by different group companies, member companies or non-member companies? Would you want to throw some light even on that issue? Because what I understand is that most of the big corporates are today facing a lot of challenge, and they're trying to be very conservative because they feel that tomorrow their board members or the top management must not appear, must not face the brunt of these summons. So any light on that?
Sure. So, considering the extent of public scrutiny that happens to, decisions made by a business, people typically are considering that if there is ambiguity in terms of whether a tax is applicable or not, and if we know that tax is payable in one state and we are able to get the credit in the other state or in the other entity or in a subsidiary, why not we pay the tax? But that becomes a big challenge for certain industries. Let us say, for example, the hospitals, or let us say the oil and gas sector. If there are these kind of cross charges where there is no outward tax liability on the outer side, this could become a huge cost. And when it comes to brand names and logos, when a corporate is there, which has multiple businesses, and they use the same brand name,
right,
it gets very difficult in terms of how do you value the brand?
How do you value? Absolutely, because there is no inherent cost. So
exactly. There's no inherent cost. How do you value the brand?
Cost.
How do you value the logos? And then you do the cross charge. These could be significant amounts of money. We are talking about crores and crores of rupees, and tax on that, and that could lead to working capital blockage as well in the other recipient location. So this is a thing that probably the government should come up with a clarification sooner rather than later.
No, I think very valid point, Mohan, and also, while we talk about high stake values or high value disputes, but imagine, there could be high value or low value disputes with respect to even the credits. Now, that leads my question to Mr. Kothari that, a lot of MSMEs today are being burdened with a lot of these inquiries with respect to credits, where they have either not paid the tax on time, and they are rendering these supplies to the MNCs or to big corporates. When these MSMEs, the so-called, the smaller groups are not complying with the tax payments or are not doing the compliance for any other reason, and in some cases the government feels that these registrations which were taken, these are not existing today. Now the rippling effect is like this, that the bigger corporates to whom they're supplying comes into the radar. Now, MSME works with, the big corporates at every level. And if that tax compliance is not happening for whatever reason, what is your take about that? Because for the non-compliance which happens at the MSME level, and I mean, of course, we understand that, there could be hardships, other reasons, etc. One, there could be a denial of credit. Secondly, the bigger problem is that investigations start on the bigger group. And, while the credit in that case would be very less from a particular player of the MSME sector, but it leads to a larger question and the investigation happens, audit happens. So do you have some sense of, how this could be addressed? Could there be a better training for these small players so that there is better compliance? The entire ecosystem is in a better frame. So any sense on that, please?
You have raised a very pertinent question. In fact, this is a burning issue for MSMEs, the compliance issue. But one thing I should make it very clear, if we talk about the MSME industry, I'm talking about industry first. If you take about the MSME industry, the compliance level is much better. And if you take it to the other part, means the trading sector or the little bit of service sector, there the compliance difficulties are there. There are issues of fake invoices. There are issues of block credits due to these non-compliances. And today the block credit means 1/5 of your capital is blocked. That's a big issue, altogether big issue. But MSMEs in total, the compliance is not that bad because they serve as an ancillary to the large corporates, large sectors. So they have to, that is their bread and butter, and they have to comply and they have to do that. And one thing I should make it clear, our Merchant Chamber of Commerce, for the MSMEs, they are doing help desk every month where we help the MSMEs for different compliances, help them, especially in the districts where the awareness is a little bit lower part. So where we try to handhold them in different compliances, just to give them a boost for increasing the compliances and taking the greater share of the buying of the big corporates. That is one aspect. Second, the technology platform would aid the adoption of sophisticated automation tools and simplify GST reporting and compliances. We are, coming up. We are coming up with an idea to have some kind of such technology where we can share with the MSMEs to improve their compliances,
Right.
to help them without and at a very, very low cost.
Right. I think that is very interesting. That will be very helpful. And I think you raised an important aspect with respect to the fake invoices, with respect to these trading transactions. In any of my arguments, I have never used the word fake invoices. I always tell the court that all invoices are regular invoices. It is the term used by the authorities based on an assumption that there is no movement of goods. Whereas in the law, it provides that even in those cases where there is no movement of goods, the tax has to be paid. So that's a big debate. But I think that leads to the question, which I would now pose to Mr. Gupta, is that when we are seeing a lot of these issues under GST, we have seen thousands and thousands of arrests which have happened. And for convenience purpose, I would let's say that these are cases of fake invoices for trading companies. And what happens in these transactions are, let's say there are these group companies, related companies, A sales to B, B sales to C, C sales to D, D sales to E, and E sales it back to A. There may be goods available, there may not be goods available, there may be movement of goods or there may not be movement of goods. The related point is that there is no case of GST evasion. GST is paid at every end on every transaction through proper banking channels. But yes, whether these transactions are legitimate or these transactions are not legitimate, whether these are done with respect to inflating your turnover or for some sort of banking frauds or for obtaining of loans and so on and so forth. So what is your sense? Has GST basically given a tool or a method or an approach to track these? Because these were always happening. It's not that these are happening for the first time. So today, do you think we are under a regime when these are getting tracked? Or do you think that this is too much of it which is happening and these deterrence today which is happening in terms of these arrests are a necessity to clean up the system? Or is that arrest too much of a deterrence?
It's a loaded question. Okay, let me put it this way. Being in large corporates, and I have been mostly in MNCs and then also the Indian companies and startups. There is, we are also a little bit quote unquote innocent. We don't, we are not that familiar with what's going on in the real markets.
Yeah.
So, but anyways, I think net in any case, one of the points I wanted to make even in my opening remarks, that GST and the related automation, where the tracking of input with the output and then coupled with e-way bill and the e-invoicing and the IRN, the whole thing is bringing in a lot of focus on, number one, fraudulent transactions. I mean, whether you call them fake invoice or fraudulent transactions may happen. There is a tax planning and there is a tax avoidance and there is a tax, evasion. So even if somebody is doing transactions in a way that there is unfairly or wrongly a particular entity's tax liabilities are getting either reduced or they are getting discharged by transferring them to another company, group company or whatever, where they have some credits available, etc., etc.
Yeah.
I think fundamentally it is wrong, and then therefore the whole GST and the related automation has shown a lot of light on the leakages and frauds, and the frauds either tax frauds or frauds could also be on the banks. They could be on the minority shareholders. There could be profit shifting from partly minority owned company to the group companies. So none of these are something that should continue. I mean, I don't want to be puritanical in this forum, but the fact is that each of these things are a negative impact in terms of taxation. They unfairly put some people to advantage at the cost of the people who want to manage their affairs in a more proper manner. So intrinsically, if we leave aside that there is an element of harassment also into this, if we take care of the the harassment angle part of it, I think it's a great thing to do. That's what is my view. And of course, it's a topic that can lead to quite heated.
I will not leave the topic that easily, and I'll come to Mohan.
But having said that, I myself come from a business family, and I do understand a little bit of the other side. Though for 30+ years I have been on the corporate side, therefore my understanding and knowledge of that side is a little more dated and jaded as compared to what it was at some point in time.
So I think I will not leave that loaded question that easily. I will come to Mohan. Mohan, we have seen a lot of these arrests which have happened. Today, I think it's a proud moment for us, because what we've been arguing in courts for last 4 years, that in case there is no tax evasion, at least adjudicate the matter. First, determine whether tax is payable, issue a show cause notice, and then you could make the arrest, etc. And if there is no supply on the input side, there cannot be any supply even on the output side, right? And that's exactly what this 6th July circular has provided for. It has provided for 2 important principles of, if there is no supply on the input side, cannot be any supply on the output side, and hence there is no tax evasion. That is one. Secondly, penal provisions will follow under the relevant provisions. Now, 2 important aspects, and I would call that a sheer confusion, and a lot of people have reached out to me. And in fact, a lot of people have also given an opinion lately. The first confusion is that the illustration talks about the impact from A to B and B to C. So it talks about A and it talks about B. It does not talk about those genuine traders who would ultimately procure those and use it. So are they still in problem? That is the first question. Second important aspect is that today also, in spite of the circular, and my view is completely different, people feel that arrest will continue in spite of this circular. And why they say so is because this is an offense which is mentioned under 132. But if we look holistically, the language, even if it's an offense under 132, there has to be a tax evasion of more than 5 crores. And for it to become a non-bailable and cognizable offense under 132(5), it uses the word and. So it has to be one of those 4 offenses and leading to tax evasion of more than 5 crores. Now, if circular says that this is not a case of tax evasion, but it still remains an offense, so will imprisonment happen? So I think my question to you is, one, that when these circulars are coming, do you think that these are addressing issues, or one circular leads to more questions? I think that's the bottom line which I would want you to address.
Sure, Abhishek. So I think very interesting question, and we know what the answer is. Everybody would know. In more cases than those, we always see that a typical circular seems to cause more confusion, more ambiguity than providing clarity. Unfortunate, but that is the reality. While not related to GST, there was a recent circular in income tax under 194R.
Yeah.
I mean, know what is the whole discussion that is happening all over the place in terms of, anything that is given as a perquisite, etc., and TDS needs to be done. So it has caused more confusion, more ambiguity than providing clarity. So this is definitely going to be there. And as you rightly said, the word "and," that there has to be a tax evasion to sort of justify a case for arrest, I think that remains. So, before or after the circular, it really doesn't change much. So this is something that has to be contested. It is just because the circular is there, I'm not sure if it is really going to provide too much of relief. The field authorities are still going to continue the way they have been operating, is what I presume. So this is definitely going to be there. See, where there is definitely a tax evasion. Let's say tax has been collected and not paid or something like that. Definitely, probably it's a more fit case for arrest. Not typically in these kind of cases. Well, having said that, I would just like to once commend, Mr. Sanjib Kothari is here and the whole MSME community. I think they've done a fabulous job, over the last 5 years in terms of stepping up, coming into compliances, which is very evident from the number of GST registrations that we see. It has almost doubled over these 5 years, which means people are actually coming within the fold, saying we want to comply. Knowingly, unknowingly, we may not have done something, but we are getting into the fold and we want to come into the mainstream of the economy. So this is a great move. And I think kudos to, the MSME sector. We have thousands of vendors who are within the MSME space. And if I look at FY18, our credit matching at the first level used to be about 75-76%. Today we are at 97-98% at the first level, which itself speaks volumes in terms of how the compliance has been strengthened. So that's something that I had to add. Over to you.
No, I think very, very valid point which you raised. And Mr. Kothari, if you see in last of these 5 years, there have been a lot of cases of coercive recoveries which have happened. And coercive recoveries may happen in most of the cases for big companies because stakes involved are huge. So liabilities running into several crores, and then the authorities would try to recover part of the amount, let's say 20%, 30%, which also runs in several crores. But these coercive recoveries, what is your sense in terms of these coercive recoveries for the smaller sector? Is this sector also facing a lot of challenge with respect to coercive recoveries, wherein they have been actually asked to make the payment as a voluntary payment, whereas this is all under the threat or coercive measures?
Is this to me?
Yeah, this is to you. So the question is that today, is the MSME sector also facing a lot of challenges with respect to coercive recoveries? And how are they addressing it?
Actually, you have hit just right on the exact topic. This is a real one where actually the notices are not being served, but it is being indirectly imposed upon by way of threatening, by way of visits, personal visits, which is unlikely, should not be there, but it is there. One is that reason, and the other is that MSMEs, as I foresee and I see, and you may also recognize that have limited resources. So with those limited resources to cope up with this kind of out of way, out of way sort of extortion, it's not that easy to comply with. So there are MSMEs which are burdened with this kind of things, this kind of issues, this kind of indirect way of serving notices. And there are issues, and which has to be taken care of in a greater fora, in a greater platform, to give them the support where they, and which we are doing in a small way, but we really look forward to more and more.
So I think, Mr. Gupta, we've spoken a lot about these coercive recoveries which are happening. These are taken as voluntary payments, but actually these are all under coercion. The proper process of adjudication is not followed in a lot of cases. And you had mentioned in the beginning that, today we have lesser confidence on advanced ruling, absence of appellate mechanism at the tribunal level. And these coercive recoveries are happening without issuance of show cause notices, without following the process of adjudication, wherein through artificial intelligence or through other means, data is captured, but on the technical aspect of it, there is no adjudication, and companies are forced. These could be bigger companies, and these could be MSMEs or micro entities and so on and so forth. But the amount of money which one would pay would have a lot of relevance depending on the size of that entity. So my question to you is that recently the government has issued instructions and they have defined that what are voluntary payments, what about coercive recoveries, and the process of adjudication must follow. And if there are coercive recoveries which are happening, then the companies could, by way of an application or by way of a complaint, could highlight the action or inaction of the officer. So my question to you is that on one side, the government is providing a lot of confidence to industry that we have, and it has, by the way, I am arguing more than 2 dozen of matters on coercive recoveries. We have got orders, and these are all public orders now, I can take names, for foreign directors when they were issued for Subway. We have got for vendors of Amazon. We have got for a lot of denatured ethyl alcohol clients. We have got this address for a lot of these big players who are facing, these exporters who are facing 9610 issue, which is a complex issue. And we have got several orders from different courts that there must not be any coercive recoveries. In light of that background, in fact, this instruction which comes mentions very categorically that there are several writ petitions in courts with respect to these coercive recoveries. This is all addressed, now documented. Now, my question to you is that on one side, the government wants to provide this confidence to industry that please do not make any payment under coercion. Let there be fair process of adjudication. And if you feel that the issue is not addressed, then please go and file a written complaint. Do you think with the environment which we have today, would these small companies, the mid-sized companies and the large companies would file an application before the vigilance?
What does my smile say to you? I think it takes, it's like saying that in a class, it's in a school, there is a class bully. You tell people that you are free to file a complaint against the class bully. I think it requires a fair amount of confidence building, and just issuance of a circular will not be good enough. I think so therefore that in a way indirectly answers, but net, I think what is also being advised, and Advocate Rastogi, you must be one of the people who are advising. There are ways and means, like for example, I have also seen a particular case very up close and personal, where double-digit crore amount had to be paid, when some 10 people descended on the organization and they said that either you pay or I will open XYZ 1, 2, 3. And of course, sometimes and the amount that you pay, they also determine that from an MSME, they can't ask 20 crore. But from a large company, they can probably ask 200 crore also. So therefore, they also look at, what the traffic can bear. So some of those things they see. And then the other thing they see that, do you have chinks in your armor? So if they think that you have chinks in your armor, and then with or without paying capacity, then their demands for payment would increase and on all of that. So that's the practical aspect I'm saying. And, I'm saying that in a recorded session. So I'm a little loath to say some of these things, but the fact is that first of all, the amounts do get paid and then they are called voluntary payment. Therefore, there is an impact on the litigation piece. But now people are being guided that you may not necessarily file a complaint, but you may say that, under the circumstances, etc. You may indicate, samajhdar ko ishara kafi hai.
That under these circumstances, we were forced to pay this.
You made a certain payment on the basis of a certain understanding, and since it was done, at 12 in the night, or after an with an intense interactions at that point in time when we did not have the benefit of full understanding and detailing and blah blah blah, and then therefore here is my more thought out and more detailed and supported with documentary evidence, etc., etc. So the first step you take is to sort of file those things, and then you take the next logical steps as the case may be. I guess I'm making sense to you.
No, you're making absolute sense. I think one has to be pragmatic.
But the biggest thing that needs to happen is that somewhere down, the top authorities need to make some examples out of the people who have made, completely extraneous demands and have done things which are wrong. So one would like to see that what is the action being taken against such people by the department or by the courts. So I think circular is a first good step, but then one has to see what are the next steps. Like if there is a class bully, you can tell people that yes, you can file a complaint, but also what is called, you have to create a safe environment where people feel safe that they can go and do. So you have to supplement your circular with a few actions that are open for people to see.
Absolutely. In fact, I would want to share, and I will not be shy to share this. Earlier this week, I was in North Block, and I had several meetings with different people there, and very, very senior people. Today, they say that they want to have a 360-degree feedback on the officers. And they are saying that, we want to go on record. In fact, even the chairman has gone on record to say that even with respect to arrest, we will have the robust mechanism. And I had several meetings earlier this week wherein the government today feels that if there is a tax evasion, we want to have that inquiry, but we want to have that inquiry in a very, very transparent way. So several meetings earlier this week, which I had with various very, very senior people in North Block, the message is very clear. The message is very clear, and I think this message we need to circulate to the larger audience and to industry, that the government is looking tax evasion. The government will not. The government will ensure that there is no case of tax evasion, but any inquiry and investigation will be done in a very fair and transparent manner. With respect to coercive recoveries, there will be a 360-degree observation, so that even if any officer is wrong, in fact, very senior person in the North Block told me that there have been cases of even arrest of the officers, and they would not shy away from those similar situations if it is brought to their notice. I think with that background, we today feel and understand that the government wants to have a complete, transparent and fair system. And it is important that industry, through senior colleagues, which, I have today, you guys, through, for example, Mohan must share it in his board meetings, should share it with his other colleagues in different companies. MSME groups, you must share, and through the CFO forums, it must be shared, because what happens is that the message which the government wants to provide must go from our forum to different sectors, to different diverse sectors, to different players, so that there is a 360-degree proper observation of all of these proceedings which happen. And I think with that, I will move to one very, very technical topic. It's very technical, and I would take that to Mohan. And this is with respect to 9610, Mohan. Mohan, you know that 9610, it's a very technical topic, but I will try to put it in the simplest of form. When the Indian exporter who's importing takes benefit of advanced ruling or those defined 4 or 5 things, then the option of rebate is denied, and that denial comes by way of rules. You know for a fact that I have challenged the constitutional validity in more than a dozen of such cases in half a dozen of different courts. Recently, there is an announcement and a proposal that you pay the penalty and the interest and you take recredit. My first question is that in terms of 9610, how much you think it is pragmatic to challenge that issue on the viries in court? Second, we've been talking about the conservative approach. Will it be fair to pay penalty on this issue when the entire objective of these benefits was to give benefit to the Indian exporter? That's my question.
Sure, Abhishek. Very, very touchy, very technical subject. Absolutely. And I think it's very close to your heart, the number of writs that you have filed across India. So, and it's a big issue, especially for exporters who export goods, who import them under advance authorization schemes, etc. And this particular restriction that a rebate of GST cannot be claimed. First, as you rightly said, this is in the rules, and whether it has the legislative backing is the basic question. That itself is a tricky one. Having said that, when this circular has come in, and it says that GST, if any refund has been claimed, rebate has been claimed, that can be surrendered with interest, penalty, etc. As a business, if I were to look at it, let us assume that the law is fine, the rule is correct. The law mandates that if I imported under an advance license where I've claimed customs duty exemptions, I'm not supposed to claim a GST rebate. I'll assume that that is right. That is the intent of the government. The law is clear. Now, in case I have come to know about it, as a prudent business person, I would prefer to surrender the customs duty because that is small. See, instead of paying GST on my export, where there is so much of value addition, I would have imported something worth 100. Right. I would have manufactured it with other raw materials, packing materials, etc., and exported something at 500. Yeah. So on 500, I would have claimed a refund of whatever 18% or 12% as the case may be. Yeah. Surrendering the GST of that could be a huge burden. It's much more easier that on 100, the BCD or the GST, which is there, which is the 12-18%, I pay that amount, which means that I have not claimed the exemption. There are several rulings in this matter which say that once I have surrendered a particular benefit, it means that I have not claimed the exemption under the benefit. So once that is done, I fall out of 96 itself. To that extent, I mean, that is the easier thing. As a prudent business, anyone would prefer that I surrender the BCD instead of going and paying the GST. That is the first aspect. But the circular is making it very clear that you need to pay the GST because the revenue is much, much higher because it's on value add.
Several times more.
Several times more. It could be 5x, 10x, whatever that number could be. It's huge. Yeah.
And so, also the repercussion is that the interest will be much higher because that's on that amount.
Absolutely. The interest would be much, much higher because we are talking about right from October 17 or sometime when this was introduced for the first time. Yeah. Second, this has undergone so many changes over a period of time. Yeah. So it's the retrospective changes, so much of changes in this particular rule. And there has been ambiguity right through. So to impose a penalty on that, I don't think that is fair. Once you are surrendering the interest, once you pay back the duty, be it the customs duty or the GST, along with applicable interest, it is as good as, it is compensated. The loss of the government has been compensated when we pay the interest. Yeah. And penalty should come only when there is actually a malified intention. Yeah. Right. That doesn't seem to be a malified intention. It is a genuine mistake because the law itself has been very vague. There is no clarity. Even today, we are not sure whether that law has a legal backing or not. That particular rule has a legal backing. Right. So penalty, I think, is very harsh even in its and it should definitely be questioned. It cannot be. I would prefer that anybody goes and pays the basic customs duty, then pay the GST in the first place. Yeah. And this has come basically as an option, and the option mandates you to pay interest and penalty. So that's another challenge. And in few cases, there may not be any show cause. So, and in few cases, the show cause has issued 100% penalty. Now, if you pay 100% penalty, then, it will become very harsh. So even if you take recredit, the entire option becomes useless. And I think somewhere in the earlier discussion, we mentioned about this option. But to me, frankly, it appears that the option may not work at all. Absolutely, so, Abhishek. Just to add, sorry, I interjected. Just one thing I would like to add here. See, we had this similar issue and we went ahead and, as I said, as any prudent business, we said we will surrender the customs duty, the IGST, which is there on import of the raw materials. We paid that as customs duty and we took it as again credit. In the normal you got your bills of entries reassessed. We got it reassessed and we have taken the credit. Now the question was again on penalty. So the customs, the DRI had issued notices saying that, okay, you have paid the customs duty, you have paid the interest, but please pay the penalty. And we have gone to the settlement commission, and the settlement commission has dropped that complete charge of penalty. So I think that is very clear that penalty is something only when there is a malafide, when the law itself is ambiguous, when there is no clarity in the law, and it's a genuine error, assuming it is an error, then there should not be any penalty.
Right, right. So I think very interesting, and I think Mr. Gupta, this is an important aspect. You know, if you see that with respect to penalties today, companies are moving to settlement commission, and these penalties are getting dropped. So I think if we see the entire system today, there are today remedies which are available, and the government wants to assist, would want to come with new thoughts, and with those new remedies which are available either under the statute or under the constitution, do you think that India today is moving in the right direction to improve our ratings, to improve the vision, to basically showcase to the other jurisdictions outside of India that we want a better tax system, more tax certainties, and we have solutions for the problems?
I think it is early days. I think the fact that we did settlement of the Vodafone and the Kane, and so that's a very, very big positive. On the GST front also, all these circulars, etc., that are coming out, they are positive. The data analytics based approach is a positive. The problem solving that the government is trying to do vis-a-vis MSME and the other sectors is positive. I think people would be keen to see the test of the pudding in its eating. So therefore, if the top people are telling you, Mr. Rastogi, that they will do this, they will do that, the fact that I am hearing about them for the first time in this forum when we are interacting with you, the fact is that therefore it has not really gone deep and it's not widely understood. In case of Lupin, which is a multi-billion-dollar market cap company, they may have Mr. Mohan, somebody of Mr. Mohan's caliber to take care of these issues. Not all companies have. Like if I look at in my own case, when I look at HUL or Novartis or Microsoft, they will have these capabilities. But when I look at some of the other companies I have been a part of, they would not have that level of expertise or resources to really go and fight out these cases. I think early days. One would have to see the taste of the pudding in its eating, and announcements. You can walk the walk, but you have to, or you can talk the talk, but you have to walk the talk, and that has to be seen, in reality, I guess.
Yeah. And what is your sense, Mr. Kothari, on this issue about the global perspective and how things are looking?
Yeah, Mr. Rastogi, I strongly feel that definitely the government is definitely turning out proactive these days, and definitely trying to remove all the differences, all the hurdles which are there. And the tax administration have also been proactively working closely to remove these hurdles, which is inevitable for the massive transformative exercise of redrawing the country's indirect tax horizon. And I do agree with Mr. Gupta that yes, there need some more proactive steps to be taken. But nevertheless, it is much better tax regime than what we had down the line 6-7 years before.
Mr. Gupta, I must also highlight, I think a nice point made by Mr. Kothari, but Mr. Gupta, it is, I'm sharing with you about the entire decriminalization which is happening of these statutes. So today we are in courts with respect to decriminalization of GST laws, with respect to decriminalization of customs law, and with respect to decriminalization of, in fact, even PMLA provisions. So today the endeavor of the government also is to decriminalize some of these statutes so that burden of arrest, imprisonment happens only in the rarest of rare cases, and how these provisions are worked. So I think from that perspective also, Mohan, what do you feel that, these initiatives with respect to decriminalization, will that lead to some complacency, or will there be still a lot of deterrence which will be there? What is your sense?
I agree. See, what I think is with these measures, the steps that the government is taking, certainly the messaging to the world is correct. It is positive. See, these are things which would help and give confidence to the other players coming to India and invest in India. And if you look at GST as a piece of legislation, it is still very young. 5 years for any tax legislation is very, very small. If you look at the Income Tax Act, you look at the Customs Act 62, 61, we look at the Central Excise Act of 1944, it took several years for them to reach a particular level of maturity. And what we have done in 5 years, I think, is a great thing in terms of achievement for GST, especially if you look at e-invoicing. Countries across the globe are, going and taking the way of e-invoicing. We are seeing all those EU countries, Poland, Norway, etc. They are getting into e-invoicing, into something called SAFT, Standard Audit File for Tax. So they're all getting into transaction level reporting because that is the future. And this is something that I think India is a shining example in terms of how indirect taxes can be driven. It is sort of mainstreaming the whole thing. The tax base is getting much more broader. For honest taxpayers, it is a great legislation. There are definitely hurdles. There are things which should be improved. But I think the messaging from the government in terms of bringing out clarifications and easing out some of these things, the decriminalization proceedings, what is being happening, I think these will go a long way in terms of sending the right message to the global community.
Yeah. So I think I have just got the message that Mr. Khalid Aziz Anwar has also joined. Mr. Anwar, if you can hear me, I request you to please switch on your camera so that we are sure that you are there. Are you able to hear us? Mr. Anwar, thank you for joining. Our participants and our panelists have been waiting, and we really thank you that you could take out some time. We know for a fact that you were in some high-level discussions and meetings with senior colleagues, and we really thank you for giving us some time on this webinar. I'm coming straight to you with a very, very pointed question, Mr. Anwar. There have been hundreds of writs across the country, and I have myself argued more than 50 of such writ petitions with respect to coercive recoveries and with respect to arrests that have happened. In last 2 weeks or so, there are circulars and instructions which are issued by the board. These are very, very welcome circulars and instructions, because these instructions provide that there must not be case of coercive recoveries. Voluntary payments have been defined, and with respect to the invoices, which some people call fake invoices, but which I call invoices without movement of goods and circular trading, this aspect has been addressed. Do you think that this clear instruction and circular from the board will help industry, and on the ground, the reality will be slightly different in light of these circulars and these instructions? Mr. Anwar, I hope you're able to hear me.
Oh, yes. Oh, sorry, you were asking me. I'm very sorry. I just...
No problem, sir. If you want, I can repeat the question also.
Yes, Anwar, please repeat.
Mr. Anwar, my question is like this. We have seen hundreds of writ petitions with respect to coercive recoveries and with respect to arrests for fake invoices. And these invoices I do not call fake for a moment. I tell them invoices without movement of goods in case of circular trading. The circular dated 6th of July has come into play now, which very clearly provides that there will not be any, these are not cases of tax evasion. Because if there is no supply on the input side, there is no supply even on the output side. With respect to coercive recoveries also, today the government has come out with specific instructions that there must not be a case of coercive recoveries and there must be a fair play, a transparent process of adjudication. So my question to you, sir, is that with this instruction and with this circular, do you think that there will be some relief to the taxpayers, especially in terms of arrest and coercive payments?
See, first of all, you have to understand you're talking about circular trading. That is only one part of the issue, I would say. More than the circular trading, when we are talking about fake billing, you see, the major issue that we saw while deliberating on this circular was that what to do with this fake billing and how to go about with it.
Yeah.
See, the intention is never to go and arrest a genuine taxpayer where he may have purchased it genuinely. That is never the intention. And as far as West Bengal is concerned, as far as my SGST authorities from the SGST side, I can assure you, we have not gone ahead and arrested anyone till now.
Wow. So that's great,
in a few cases where we have found racketeers, we have lodged FIRs, but basically, yes, against only the fellow who was issuing those fake invoices.
Right.
Now, so as to what this circular had been, why it has been issued, you have to understand. It was my argument. I have been always arguing. See, on one side, if I say that this person has issued invoices and I go ahead and raise a demand against him, then I'm contradicting myself, basically. So when so such a situation is not going to help my case. So in these cases, we have to take a stand that these are not supplies at all. We cannot raise any demand. If yes, any penal action can be taken or FIR can be lodged, those persons can be arrested. That's a different issue. But at least demand cannot be made against them. So that is what has come out in the circular.
It's a very welcome circular, sir. It's a very welcome
circular. That is why it was issued, to bring about some sort of a uniformity across the country.
Right.
I understand that there have been divergent practices across the states. So to bring about some sort of uniformity in these cases, we decided in the law committee that we need to focus on it and come out with a circular so that there is clarity. So that was the whole issue.
The chairman of the board has gone on record to say that with respect to arrest, there will be a uniform circular which will be applicable throughout the country. So I think that is again.
See, again, you see, you again have to find out, as far as in my state is concerned, I don't know whether we have arrested any beneficiaries. Now, beneficiaries, see, maybe using that fake billing to his advantage deliberately. There is a possibility. You cannot deny that. So in those cases, we have gone and told the beneficiary, see, if this is the case, it is all up to you what you do, what you want to do. Either you pay off and finish it off, the case ends over there only. So that is a much better way of doing things. But see, arresting a genuine taxpayer who is a living beneficiary, maybe he may have used it, but I don't think it serves any purpose. At the end of the day, we need tax also. So the business has to go on. So
sir, my question is now very pointed, sir. I'm not talking about West Bengal. I'm talking about all states across the country. My question is very pointed like this. Sir, we know your states, sir, your authorities, under your commission, you guys have done a tremendous job. The taxpayers are also very happy. My question to you, sir, is very, very pointed now. My question is like this. In case of circular trading, when A sales to B, B sales to C, C sales to D, D sales to E, and E sales it back to A. And if there is a tax payment which is happening at every stage, and the entire chain happens without movement of goods, but without any tax leakage, will there still be an arrest?
See, circular trading, I don't think in which state you have seen this. Circular trading basically is what? Circular trading, the GST leakage is not happening in any way.
Absolutely, sir. That's what our point is.
Goods move from A and come back to A. In the
Absolutely right.
meanwhile, yes, from B to Z, everybody has jacked up their turnover. That is what they have done basically.
Absolutely
So
right.
yeah, so in this case, I suppose basically I don't know whether any arrests have been made in such
Sir,
cases also.
several, sir. I can't take the
In other
names,
states they have
but
done
I
it, but
myself arguing several such
I am
cases.
very particular about it. That's it. This is a case where money laundering may be happening or something of that sort.
Which is a
But as
separate,
far
sir,
as,
section 3
that
of
is
PMLA
what I'm
comes into
saying.
play.
It's a separate case. That is what I'm saying. But
Absolutely.
as far as GST leakage is concerned,
Absolutely.
in this particular type of thing, I don't see any leakage over there.
I think, sir, that's a great statement from you. And I think today industry is looking, the board has made those announcements. And I think we are very, very fortunate to have that sort of an opinion coming from someone who's very senior. It will give a lot of optimism. We are not against, for a moment, against the penal action, which may be taken after fair adjudication. But I think that statement from you is very, very important. Sir, the related question is, and I am bombarding you, sorry, with a lot of these questions because we have limited time. And I'm asking this question, sir, again, very, very categorically. We have seen a lot of cases of coercive recoveries. And when these coercive recoveries are happening, the officers make this, ensure that this payment is made under DRC 03 by making it as a voluntary payment. Today, there are instructions now which have come.
See, I'll tell you, Mane, see, I am of the opinion that this is wrong. Absolutely wrong. If somebody is doing it, it is wrong. You cannot do such a thing. Coercive recovery should never be made. And I can tell you from my side, I never say to my officers that you do such a thing. If there is any legitimate recovery that is to be made, it has to be made in a legitimate manner. You cannot force a guy against whom you should have raised a demand by asking him to file a DRC 03 and pay the tax. That is absolutely wrong, and I don't support it.
So I think very interesting view. We have got a lot of clarity. Mohan, I think Mr. Anwar is very, very clear, and I think what we've been debating for last 1.5 hours, he has given a lot of this certainty. What is your first reaction on that?
My first reaction is, Abhishek, that we require many more officers like Anwarji, in our framework. That is most important, the kind of positivity that is coming out very clearly. It gives a lot of confidence to business and industry.
Yeah.
Because it's very clear. We have seen, as Sir said, coercive recoveries is something that should not happen. But we have seen several such cases, whether we call it coercive or we call it whatever, when a team of 10 officers come into your office, spend 24 hours or 36 hours at a stretch. And in the middle of the night, at 4 in the morning, they ensure that you make a payment in a DRC 03. If that is not coercion, I don't know what else we can call it.
Absolutely.
But this is definitely there. But, I think the positivity that is coming from Anwarji is very, very heartening to
Mr. Kothari, I think, this is reassurance from the government and from senior officers. Will that help our MSME sector?
Yes. See, frankly speaking, Mr. Anwar has always been very, very forthcoming and helping. And he has been very, very clear on these front and issues. And frankly, so we don't face any such problem in West Bengal from SGST front. It is maybe from the CGST front. It is there. But
some of the issues related to DRI are all getting the route from Calcutta. I would not want to name, but of course, these would be central authorities. I do not want to go into further details, but a lot of these issues which have now gone to the court are all, initiated, or the inception has happened in Calcutta. So, I mean, I would not want to distinguish between the state authorities and the central authorities. But yes, at least West Bengal has given a lot of work to advocates all across the country. that I can say. But I think from
one thing I would like to say whether it is central or state authorities, so far I understand from the top, nobody gives such an instruction that you go and make any coercive recovery. So it is from both the authorities, I suppose, from the top. If you see, no senior person is going to say like that recoveries are to be made in this manner. If it is happening, I think it should be brought to the knowledge of the senior officers so that appropriate action can be taken in such cases. But again, I would say if this is the issue, you should come up in West Bengal, then I think it should be referred to the law committee and the GST Council Secretariat through the different associations, so that the GST Council Secretariat also takes note of it, irrespective of who the authority is. I would say that these things should never happen.
Absolutely. And I think the industry gets a lot of encouragement from your words, Mr. Anwar. I think there have been a lot of debates all across in the last 2 weeks about these recoveries, about these issues, and I think about fake invoicing and arrest. But I think coming this from a senior officer like you, I think industry today will get a lot of assurance and reassurance. Mr. Gupta, what do you think? The statements which are being made by Mr. Anwar, will it not help significantly as a country when we are looked from the global perspective?
Absolutely. I mean, there's no doubt at all. I mean, I have not heard this level of clarity in terms of the statements being made. I think we should hear more and more of that, and in more and more of public forums, and then also backed by some of the actions, that are taken. One is that, the taxpayers come forward, but taxpayers are also a little worried about, what will happen when they face the lower authorities the next time. So therefore, some amount of suo motu actions, in the line of what Sir Anwar is talking about, some of those suo motu actions from the department side against the erring officers at a lower level, I think will really go a long way in terms of backing up this statement with the actions on the ground.
Absolutely. Mr. Anwar, earlier in the discussion, the point came across that even for some trivial errors, there are huge penalties which are imposed, and those sometimes become a huge burden on MSME sector. So any thoughts on that aspect?
For example, are you talking about waybill?
We are talking about e-way bills or some errors in returns which are, procedural in nature, but then penalty.
Again, I would say as far as e-way bill is concerned, yes, you see, the penalty amount is clearly defined. Now, what I would say, we have a circular issued where we have said that for petty offenses, for small errors, what amount of penalty we can have. So if you want to add something to that list, the association should come forward and give their suggestions so that we can discuss it in the law committee. Because yes, many a times, many people have also come to me and said that as far as e-way bill is concerned, sir, everything was okay. Particularly in respect of way bill expiring, there was some reason or the other they have that because of that they couldn't revalidate it, and now the full penalty is being imposed. So those cases do have come to me. So I would suggest that for those cases, some suggestions, or apart from that, any other case which you may want to highlight, those suggestions should come from your side, and so that the law committee can take it up and discuss it threadbare.
Perfect, sir. Perfect. Sir, that leads me to the other question with respect to summons. Lot of time what happens is that these summons are being issued to top management, and prior to issuance of that summons, there are no pre-summons consultation, or if they want to take information, they can take information by way of letters or by way of some information or evidence or documentation. So why these summons are issued at the very first instance?
Again, you see, my views are very, very clear. See, I'm always of this view that these things should never happen. This is not the way. See, I'm not here to harass the taxpayer. Yes, if he has committed any fault, he should be punished. I don't say that don't punish him, but don't go and harass him in a manner which you people are now talking about. I'm absolutely against it. So yes, why should I issue a summon to a top management official and ask him to come? That is not true. That is not correct at all. So at least from my side, my endeavor should be to collect whatever information I want through mails, etc. See, I am very particular, and I have been telling my officers, you try to first send them a mail, ask for all the information.
Absolutely
but
right.
Don't issue a summon at a drop of a hat.
Absolutely right, sir. Absolutely right, sir.
This is not correct.
And in fact, sir, also in some cases we've been informed, and sir, we have got some inquiries also that blocking of credit happens, and the law provides that blocking of credit must happen for 1 year. And then what happens is on 364th day, unblocking happens, and after 2 days, blocking happens again.
No, that is again wrong. That is again wrong. If you come across, you please tell all the chartered accountants over here or whoever is the audience over here, if they come across any such case in West Bengal from my officer, at least he should inform me.
Sir,
I'll take appropriate
that is so
action.
heartening, sir. That is
This
so
is wrong.
encouraging.
This is wrong. This thing, see, these things, why? If 1 year, if he cannot adjudicate, then when he is going to adjudicate?
Absolutely.
How much time he needs?
So these are absolutely very encouraging.
These things are not desirable, and I don't think we should support it. We should be very money. If any officer is doing such mischief, he should be strictly dealt with.
Sir, my last question to you, sir, very pertinent question with respect to credits. And we've been discussing and debating this for last 4 hours, that in a lot of cases, what happens is that there is a company, that company procures goods or services from someone else, and that person has not complied with the tax payment. And because of which there is a mismatch, because that person has not complied, not paid. But as the procurer of those goods or services, I have paid the consideration, I have paid the tax, but the credit is denied to me because the compliance is not made by my vendor. So is the constitutional remedy only remedy to me, which I must go and enforce under 226, or can there be a better way out?
See, here you have to, here my view will be a bit different. I would like to say, you see, first of all, you also have to understand, see, government also needs revenue.
Absolutely.
Now, if some defrauding happens, I think you should also come forward and try to help us. Now, you will very well accept my view that there are certain unscrupulous people who are into this trade and industry. You see, they are playing ducks and drakes with the system. Now, nobody is after the genuine taxpayer. I'm telling you, I have come across cases I have seen in one of my electrical markets. People have come to me and told me that they have purchased the goods. See, they have the invoice, they have paid the tax. How that fellow was living when they made the purchase, then suddenly his RC is cancelled ab initio and he's being asked to pay the tax. Now, when I have checked them and I've also inquired from them, you tell me how many times you have made a purchase from him.
Yeah.
He said that it's just randomly he purchased. Okay, he doesn't purchase him. The new car who just came and offered him a much lesser price than his other suppliers. He bought from him. He was a middleman. And these are the middlemen who basically arrange all these invoices, etc., and put the genuine taxpayer into trouble. So here I would say, you see, we also have to be, the suppliers also have to be vigilant. Now, they also need to check the credentials of the suppliers from whom they are buying. Just because somebody is selling goods at a lesser price, I go for him and purchase the good, that should not be there. So that is there, I would say, you see, you have to strike a balance. Tax, after all, the government also needs. Now, when you will very much accept, when I understand this fact, when somebody is enjoying a credit, tax should have come to the government.
Absolutely.
If I don't get my tax and you ask for the credit and you tell me that you go and find him out, whom I'm going to find it out? He's not there. Now you tell me in West Bengal, I have come across people applying for registration. He may be sitting in some other state from Maharashtra, Gujarat, MP. They are applying for proprietorship business and asking for registration. I have come across so many cases. Now, if you go through the credentials, you will never find them that they should be doing actually business.
Right, sir. No, sir, you have a very, very
what I would say, with a capital of 1 lakh of rupees, if you generate a turnover of 10 crore or 50 crores, I don't know how this can happen. Now, see, there are these cases are also happening. So what I would say, this is what you are saying, I understand. Genuine taxpayer need to be taken care of. But again, they also have to be very, very careful while making their purchases. See, they only land in trouble when they make purchases from the new suppliers. And again, I would say, you people should also deliberate how the government's revenue should be safeguarded. And how can we do that? That is also important.
Right. Now, sir, the related point is on the reverse side of it. When I am a supplier, I supply goods or services to my customer. And because of the provisions under law that when you raise an invoice, you have to comply with the tax payment, I make the payment of tax. So I have made the supply of the goods and the services. or goods or services have paid the tax as per the provisions of law, and there is a bad debt. I do not receive the consideration for the supply and the tax, but the tax is gone from my pocket. So in that case, at least not adding insult to injury, I must get my money back with respect to taxes.
You come up with your suggestion over here.
Sure, sure.
I'm not going to comment anything now. You
Yes, sir.
forward
No, sir.
your suggestion so that it can be deliberated in the law committee.
Sure, sir. I will come with that, sir. I think on that note, we would really want to thank you. You have given a lot of assurance on these lot of important aspects which we've been debating. Officers like you will completely change the system, and we would want more officers like you, to pragmatically address and frankly address these issues, so that this provides a lot of confidence to businesses. So I think with that, I would, try to end up this conversation, but we would just wait for a while if there are certain questions from the audience, especially from Mr. Anwar, who has addressed a lot of our issues and have given a lot of pragmatic answers, including with respect to bad debt, for which we will ensure that, we write a note to the North Block, to the Law Ministry, and to the FM.
See, now
So,
I have to take leave. Please allow me.
Sure,
because
no, sir.
I'm
I
now
think we are done with the session. It's just a vote of thanks now to you.
Okay, thank
you. Thank you, Khalid sir. We have always been enriched by your kind presence and the way, sir, the practical side of GST, and your approach has always been, sir, we have seen it's very balanced always, because you don't take any sides. You say what is correct, what is not correct. And this is what is something that is always also expected, sir, from a revenue officer. And thank you, sir, so much for taking out time, because you joined from your car just after the meeting with your higher officers. Sir, I will just share the e-memento, if you, sir, just permit me. Just a second, sir. I'm not sure if you can see it on your mobile, but sir, we are sharing one e-memento to you. We will mail it to you also, sir. Thank you, sir, so much for
you,
Mr.
coming on our platform, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
I would like to thank Mr. Anwar and all my fellow panelists, Mr. Mohan, Nusetti, Mr. Pramod, Gupta, Mr. Sanjib, Kothari. I think this discussion would not have reached to its logical conclusion without valuable input from you and pragmatic answers from Mr. Anwar. I think we are all today having a great evening after such of these great responses.
Thanks.
Thank you so much, gentlemen.
Yes, thank you so much. Now I would like to go to the last session, which is our formal vote of thanks. And I thank my convener of ACAE CA Studies Circle, Anu Pankaji, for giving me this opportunity. First of all, I would like to propose a very hearty vote of thanks to our first speaker of the first session and moderator for the panel discussion, Advocate Abhishek A Rastogi ji. He has been very instrumental in designing the entire GST conclave, and without his support, we would not have seen this 4-hour interaction that we had today. Sir, thank you so much from the core of my heart, and also from our study circle, for sharing your thoughts, and also for coming on our platform and moderating the
Pleasure was all mine. Thank
session.
you so much, Tarun.
Thank you, sir. I will just share the e-memento. Just a second. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Can you see your
Thank you so much. Yeah, I can see that. Thank you so much.
Yes, yes. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for your time and for all the insights that you have brought out in the panel discussion. You have very well moderated the entire discussion. Thank you so much. Our first panelist, Mr. Khalid Anwar, he has left, and we have already proposed him a vote of thanks. In fact, I would just like to share that sir just came out exactly from the meeting at 5:10, and he had told me that he will join exactly at 5. Then he was not getting connection from his car, but I insisted that no, we are waiting for you, sir, and our moderator and the panelists want to hear you. So then he said, okay, let me make another try, because I think he just came out from Nabarno, and then on this second Hooghly bridge, there is no connection. So then maybe just after that, he crossed this Hooghly bridge, then maybe he got the connection, and then he again joined. So then I said, so please try once again because we are waiting, and he was very kind to try again, and then he joined, and then we could get his views. So, and then my sincere vote of thanks to our second panelist, Mr. Mohan Nusetti. Sir, I think you have been on our platform for the first time, but we are really enriched by your thoughts and by the way you have showed us some direction on some of the important issues in GST. So thank you so much, sir. And we would like that we can invite you more and more on our platform.
Would be a pleasure.
Thank you, sir. And this is the e-memento. If you can see the e-memento, we will mail it to you, sir.
Sure.
And this is a request to all the panelists also, that if you can maybe take a color print of this and get it framed and put it in your library, we will also get a place of pride in your library, sir.
Thank you.
Then our third panelist, Mr. Pramod Gupta, sir, you start in the beginning. You said that you have not been very involved as in the nitty-gritties of GST as a CFO, but sir, the way you deliberated on some of these so intricate issues doesn't show that you have not been involved at all. So you have brought in so many insights into the things that we see as a very normal thing, but your insight as a CFO and as a person who looks things from the top showed that you are really involved into all these matters, sir. So thank you so much, sir, for taking out time from your busy schedule, and we would want that you come on our platform more and more to share your views. I will just share the e-memento. Yes, sir. This is for you. Thank you so much. And our fourth panelist, Mr. Sanjib Kothari, our very own, because we have been doing very regular programs together, and Mr. Kothari has been very kind enough to take out time from his schedule and share his thoughts on MSME. As sir had also said in his during his deliberation that from on Merchant Chambers side, sir has been doing MSME clinic on a very regular basis, and MSMEs can approach that clinic and he gets experts from all the subjects and also government officers from the MSME department on the platform of MCCI, and they can discuss all the issues with the officers directly. And I also remember that I think 1 month back, sir had also organized one MSME GST clinic wherein he brought GST officers and MSME together so that they can interact with each of them and get their issues resolved. So sir has been very active on the MSME front in this side of the country. So thank you, sir, so much for taking our time from your busy schedule. And I'll just share the e-memento.
For giving this opportunity.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. And finally, I would like to thank all our participants without whose support this program could not have been so successful. The office bearers, convener, deputy convener of our association, of our study circle, and our secretariat, without whom this program would not have been, which we see it today as it has happened. Thank you so much. Thank you all for all your participation. We will share the e-mementos on WhatsApp and email. And with this, now I take this liberty and to close the session. Thank you. Sir, any final words? Abhishek, sir, you want to say anything?
Mr. Rastogi, you are on mute.
Okay, I think.
No, Mr. Rastogi, you are on mute. You have to unmute yourself.
Looks like some technical glitch.
Okay, it's fine. Yeah, he's showing his waving. Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you all for your kind presence. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye. Thank you. Bye.